Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have your, oh no, you're still muted, right?
Yeah.
Unmute just to see if it has anything. Unmute the microphone, please.
Oh, okay.
You're good. There is no static anymore.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay, we changed the link is different.
The link is different.
Yeah, I'll send it everyone.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And his call is he will connect with the psychiatric RTMS.
Okay, this one. Use this.
Payılmasını mı çıkacak? Şu hocam. En son. Şu hocam.
Evet. I know.
Aynen. YouTube penceresi şu. Hocam ben hemen düzeltiyorum. Hocam bir alayım ağzı istedim şuradan. Buradan yapayım. O kadar çok pencere açmışlar ki hocam. Ya.
Nereden ilerleyecek burada?
Evet hocam öyle. Şunları kapatayım hocam. Şunu da kapatayım.
Bu hassasiyet.
Böyle ileri yukarı aşağı yapabiliriz.
Tamam. Yes.
Why do we are we seeing this one?
Nasıl büyütüyoruz? Bir tek sayfa.
Yeah, could you please come to the first line? Could you please click the second one? So are you double clicking?
Yeah.
Just try one click, please.
Nasıl büyütüyoruz? Tek sayfa mı?
Orada öyle hocam.
Yine aynı olabilir. Burada tek sayfa. Tamam.
Why is it?
Şurada.
We are still in the story.
Yani, Unutuyla.
Hocam. Stop sharing, please. And
Yeah.
let me stop sharing. Yukarı aşağı yapabilirsiniz. Tam ekran görünüyor şu an.
Başa gitmeye
Hocam en başa tıklayayım. Şuradan. Çalıştıracağım. Evet hocam çalıştırdım ben. Şimdi tamam hocam.
Tamam. Şuradan. Tamam. Evet. Everybody, I have 50 minutes. New alternatives in psychiatric treatment. I want to explain about first brain stimulation therapies, then theta focusus, theta burst therapy. I can explain. This story, as you know, neuromodulation therapy stories is 1908, and then modernity RTMS invented in 1985. Focal coil capacity, electromagnetic capacity is very important. The electromagnetic technology, and the case report of mood effects on non-focal EMS over vertex 1993, first report, and open study followed by the randomized trial of 2 weeks of daily open style, daily left prefrontal RTMS. Then FDA approved firstly RTMS in 2008 for depression, and FDA approved deep TMS to deep TMS in 2013 for addiction, and FDA approved deep TMS in 2018 for OECD, obsessive compulsive bozukluk. Yeah, and neuromodulation. What is neuromodulation? As you know, the obsessive compulsive therapy, neurobiofeedback, RTMS, repeated transcranial magnetic stimulation, deep TMS, the deep brain stimulation, and MST. This red ones we use, but black ones we cannot use. Deep TMS we can use, deep transcranial magnetic stimulation, but MST, magnetic seizure therapy, the comparison, the electroconvulsive therapy. DBS is neurosurgical treatment, functional neurosurgery treatment we can use now for approved in Turkey only Parkinson disease, but we want to use obsessive compulsive disorder, but there are some procedural problems. And CES, the cranial electrotherapy stimulation, TNS, transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation, and the other techniques, as you know, and we can start new transauricular VNS, vagus nerve stimulation, parasympathetic central system stimulation techniques, the transauricular, not transcutaneous, subcutaneous. VNS is just the new techniques last we use. And as you know, this magnetic coil stimulate the brain, so, and not only cortical area, 5 centimeters, but the deep brain area, limbic system can stimulate. How does RTMS work to brain electrical activity? Small electrical charge can cause the neuron to fire or to become active. This, as you know, resting neurons is activated neurons. And the effects RTMS most in depression, dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, the high frequency executive function, response inhibition, and selective attention effective, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, and nucleus accompanies dopamine releasing effects, the important area. And as you know, not only cortical area, deep TMS specifically affect the deep TMS target area, the brain limbic system area, subthalamic nucleus substantia nigra, globus pallidus, the striatum, and ventral tegmental area, and nucleus accumbens. There is new non-convulsive therapy, as you know, non-convulsive, and it is very useful, very effective techniques here. Deep TMS, H-coil using, but the RTMS using 8-coil. 8-coil. And deep TMS for depression, first study, open big deep TMS depression, first big study, the protocol, treatment protocol, the prefrontal cortex stimulated using H1 coil in 212 patients. This 18 hertz, but now this the standard coil, standard system, we say. And obsessive compulsive bozukluk, there are a big study, the 78 person, it's submit, yeah, and the Yale Brown testing test effect RTMS on OCD. According to this study, Yale Brown effective, very effective, not on 1 hertz. The shame, the blue one shame, the yellow one is 1 hertz. The red one is red one is 20 hertz. High hertz, high frequency is very effective in OCD, not the slow frequency. And MRI results, standard figure 8 coil and the deep TMS coil differences, the difference brain area effective, yeah. And H coil, as you know, so specialties. There are H1 coil, H4 coil, H7 coil. The H1 coil related in depression, at H4 coil related for obesity or some eating disorder, but H7 coil is different coil. It effective the negative symptoms schizophrenia. The pulse number, there are different addiction or another illnesses. There are different protocols. There are some methodological problems. Sham application. The changing angel is this is the weak sample, weak specialties, the deep TMS studies, and the side effect, the temporary headache is most frequently, but deep TMS don't produce headache, but deep TMS produce headache very often. Cortical seizure is similar, and the schizophrenia, smoking, dysthymia, alcohol uses. We can use all RTMS or deep TMS. Our hospital addiction protocols, the smoking, alcohol, cocaine protocols, different protocols. Yeah, so the wait times, the 10 hertz, 10 hertz for these protocols. Yeah. Yeah, and we can use neuronavigation techniques for localization necessary. If localization, if if physician ask, I need localization, I want to apply only insula, for example. I want to apply only different specific area. We can neuronavigation. We can use neurolocalization for this treatment. And as you see, the before treatment, beta waves in anxiety disorder. The left dorsolateral prefrontal area is very activated, produce their brain cortisol, ACTH produce, then brain very effective, very speed study. This beta wave, we can explain the patients after treatment, after TMS treatment, as you see, 20 days. 20 days, 20 season using the decrease beta waves, and this patients see this reality, give the big feedback. The patients give the treatment compliance, very important for treatment compliance, treatment acceptability. The patients, these techniques we can use same time. This the before treatment, after treatment. This we can explain blood sugar, before blood sugar increase treatment, your blood sugar decrease. In measurement, the patient easily accept this techniques. Has have good this way patient compliance for patient. Yeah, this is the theta burst treatment techniques. Theta burst, they are different the other techniques. This autistic spectrum disorder, or the some patients is using these techniques, the children specifically, because this the 5 minutes, 2 minutes, or 3 minutes, we can use these techniques. The only theta burst ways, the depression, obsessive compulsive disorder, there are audial hallucination, tinnitus, schizophrenia, negative symptoms, nicotine dependence, cocaine dependence, autistic spectrum dependence. In autism spectrum dependence is the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is 200 milliseconds to sound. This 3 minutes is sufficient. This very easy, very practical techniques for this our hospital and university, the medical college and hospital. Thank you for your attention. Okay.
Now or after?
After the session.
Hi, everybody, by the way. So, In my presentation, let me introduce myself shortly. I'm software engineering. I'm the head of software engineering department at Üsküdar University, Istanbul, and we have projects or papers with our scientifically affiliated hospital, which is MP Istanbul Brain Hospital in Istanbul. And with this collaboration, we get data from MP Istanbul Brain Hospital, neuroimaging data, kind of like EEG. Of course, the raw form is transferred from the hospital to us, or MRI data is transferred to us, and we use our own applications programs to extract new valuable biomarkers. And I'll be sharing the ways that we apply, and at the end I'll be sharing our interface that we already published online for 3 different disorders. Of course, I will not be focusing on the mathematical part of the model, but we used to use, let's say 10 years ago, the superficial learning algorithms. We started with artificial neural networks, but artificial neural networks have a very big problem. If you increase the number of layers in the neuron, since it's the artificial way of learning, there is a very big problem, what that is called vanishing gradient problem. And if you add new layers, the main problem that you're going to encounter is, since in the error calculation process step, it's using derivative or partial derivative of each and every error value in the layers, it is difficult to add new layers. That's why you cannot use huge or high resolution data in those kind of approach. That's why we did use some small kind of data to analyze the whole process. But later, since the resolution of data is increasing and the amount of data is increasing, like the frequency or the resolution of the magnetic resonance imaging data, we decided to switch to another way, which is deep learning. So what is the difference? Kevin, probably you're going to understand me for the first step because you're using the first step. I mean, you have data, which is raw data. We are using counter-VG data, counter-VG form of the data, like cordons, exoderative powers, entropy. They're all kind of, or coherence, they're all kind of extracted features that we feed the model. So we need the feature extraction process so that we can feed the model. But the new approach does not need us. So we don't need to feed the model, feed the system with the extracted data. Instead, the model extracts itself. How? So I'll be sharing 3 different approaches, long, short-term memory, and convolutional neural networks. And I'll be sharing our application with you then, so that you can understand how well it performs. So the convolutional neural networks, I'm not going to read the whole text, but I just underlined the important part of the text. Consider this in order to underline the difference between the artificial one and the current one, the deep learning one. Consider that you are asked to identify objects into a given image. How would you go about doing that? Typically, you would observe the image, try to identify different features, shapes, and edges from the image. Based on the information you gather, you would say that the object is a dog or a cat or car. So the way that we define the objects is transferred to deep learning algorithms. I mean, when we classify the objects as a dog or cat, we are just trying to find some specific features of the objects. That's the way that the deep learning is applied. This is precisely what the hidden layers in a convolutional neural network do. Find the features in the image. The convolutional neural network can be broken down into 2 parts. The convolutional layer extracts features from the input, and the fully connected layer uses data from convolutional layer to generate output. But as you can see from the figure below, given below, we have input data, but we just don't have one convolutional layer. You can have multiple convolutional layers in order to increase the number of features that are candidate solutions for your problem. So this is the first one, the one-dimensional convolutional solution. It is called one-dimensional convolutional neural network. Which type of data, as you can understand from the dimension, which type of data requires kernel sliding in only one dimension and have spatial properties? The answer is time series data. And as you know, EEG data is time series data. Its temporal resolution is quite high. So one-dimensional CNN is used for time series data. As you can see from the figure on the right, we have EEG data, and if you move on the y-axis, you're going to see the channels, the electrodes, and through the time, you just collect the data from the subjects. So we have a kernel over here, which is a kind of window that scans the whole image to find specific discriminative features. And this is the acceleration problem. It has its x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. The Apple phones have that application in order to understand whether the guy is running, standing, or moving. In order to understand his physical status, we are just using the time series data. But for EEG part of data, we are using the structure given on the right in order to scan the whole time series data on one axis. That's why it's one-dimensional. The x-axis is scanned for one-dimensional one. But what if we are using kind of image? We need two dimensions, the x-axis and the y-axis. As you can see, we have the kernel over here on the left. And if you feed the model with an image like cat and dog, we have to extract again, the features by scanning the whole image like cat and dog. It scans the whole x-axis and y-axis. It's two-dimensional. Two-dimensional CNN is generally used on image data. It's called two-dimensional CNN because the kernel slides along two dimensions on the data as shown in the following image. So let me switch to the next one. You may say, how are you going to process the time series data as a two-dimensional one? This is really important. We collect data, time series data, the EEG data, and we have to transfer this matrix representation to an image. As you can see from the matrix representation given on the right, we have the locations of the electrodes, and we have the amplitude values of each and every electrode, as you can see on the image on the matrix on the right. So if we assign specific values for each and every value on this matrix, we're going to get kind of image. This is raw EEG, and this is what we generated by using the raw EEG. So we have the maximum amplitude, the minimum amplitude, and if you normalize the maximum and minimum in between -1 and +1, and if you convert this black and white, you're going to get grayscale image. So this is two-dimensional. That's why it is possible to process EEG by using two-dimensional CNN. And this is three-dimensional one. Conventional CNN, 3D CNN, is mostly used with 3D images, such as magnetic resonance imaging data. MRI data is widely used for examining the brain, spinal cords, internal organs, and many more. A computerized tomography scan is also an example of 3D data, which is created by combining a series of X-ray images taken from different angles around the body. You see, in my former presentation, we had kernel moving on x-axis and y-axis, but we have the z component over here. So if you have three-dimensional data, you're expected to use three-dimensional one in order to, all those steps are used to extract valuable markers. So the last one is long short-term memory. This is interesting approach to overcome a problem. The problem is you may need your former experiences. I mean, if you collect signals, that's why long short-term memory makes small modifications on the data by simple addition or multiplication data flow through the cell states. The diagram is connected with gates in it. It's called cell. This is how long short-term memory forgets and remembers things selectively, which makes it better for time series data. As you can understand from the way that it is used, like language modeling, handwriting recognition, speech synthesis, and grammar learning are all the application fields of long short-term memory, because it is long short-term memory is introducing memory units called cell states to solve the problem. And in our problem, in our paper, let's say, we combined long short-term memory and one-dimensional convolutional neural network in our paper which is recently published in 2022 in Clinical Neuroscience Journal, with our rector, Professor Tarhan. The deep learning method differentiates patients with bipolar disorders from controls with high accuracy using EEG data. If you just focus on the highlighted text, we had 169 bipolar disorder diagnosed subjects and 45 controls. And as you can see from the classification accuracy given on the left, let me find my cursor, that is here. The accuracy is around 93s. And of course, you may say, what kind of features did you extract so that you can classify with that much high accuracy? That's what I'll be sharing soon. And there's another approach to convince the clinicians that the extracted markers are valuable markers is class activation map that is used to represent or to focus on the topography of the features. So the participants are given over here. The data acquisition step is given on the right top. I don't think that you're just going to focus on that because you already know those steps. So I'm just going to skip the pre-processing part because I just want to share the interface video that we already designed. And the external validation process is quite important because you may say, that's okay, your accuracy is around 19s. That's okay, that's acceptable. But that is the internal validation accuracy. So you may say, what if I give you 10, let's say, subjects that you don't know which class they belong to? You know which classes they belong to, 5 bipolar disorder diagnosed subjects and 5 healthy controls. And if you know them, but if you don't tell me, if you give the raw EEG data of those subjects, that's called external validation, that I don't know their classification, their classes. The external validation results are given over here. We had 12 bipolar disorder diagnosed subjects, and we have again had 12 health control subjects. And as you can see from the accuracy, the external validation says the model can predict with 87.5 accuracy of those subjects. Those are the raw curves, training and error curves through the training process. And that is the extracted feature weights. I mean, this diagram this figure is generated by using the extracted feature weights so that we can understand how those features are quite important in terms of their classification. I mean, these colors represent how strong those electrodes in terms of classifying or discriminating those two classes, which are bipolar disorder subjects and health controls. So let me share the interface with you so that I can explain what it means. So this is both Professor Tarhan and just a second, it's not displayed over here. Let me share my screen. So would you mind sharing my screen because I just see the presentation here. But if I cancel the full screen, then yeah, full screen, just this one. Got it. Yeah, great. So this is the interface that we designed. Professor Tarhan applied for the patent of this model. This is called MP model. MP is the name of the hospital, the affiliated hospital. In this model, this part is really important. So we have 3 different unique models. All those models are generated, designed in cloud service, cloud server. So we just uploaded the raw data. We generate our models. Those are the outcomes of the models. So you can see how high performance models they are, but you may say, but I just want to try this model. So if you just want to classify OCD subjects and health controls, you just choose select. You just then select your architecture. We have convolutional, one-dimensional convolutional network and LSTM, the hybrid one, the raft one. And if you choose your subjects, I did, let me find the desktop. Where's Turkish? Yeah, Turkish television. Here are the subjects that I don't know their classes, whether they're OCD or health controls. The hospitals sent them, shared them with us. And we trained the model before, and we then wanted to test our model, it takes a little bit of time because it's running in this cloud service. Then it predicts the results. It is already run. Yeah, sorry, I did run in the morning, so I'm just trying to see. Yeah, this is the result of the model. The model says, or let's say predicts that the model does not know their classes. The first subject, from first till the sixth subject, I know I have verified from the hospital that the first two are the health controls, and third, fourth, fifth, and sixth subjects are the ones suffering from OCD. So as you can see from the list, five of six of the subjects are correctly classified in their classes. So this is the new approach in psychiatry. We don't need the extracted markers. We will just be giving or feeding the deep learning based architecture so that they can extract valuable markers. So thank you for your time, and I'll be happy if you have any question for Professor Tarhan or for me. Who's going to help share this perception on the Interbrain initiative, brain spine and mental health, and we get started after the program. Okay, we get started with the first call. Robotic with the first level state for exercise virtually to professor neurosurgery and robotic
Good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to express my sense of honor of being part of the scientific agenda of the G20 and 20 conference. It's indeed a great honor for me. Good afternoon. And I thank Professor Babak at the outset, as well as I would like to express having given me an opportunity. My sense of honor present of being part of the scientific. So today I would be presenting our technique. It's indeed of a bloodless hemispherotomy. Good afternoon, which we have at the outset, as well as I would like to express having given me an opportunity. My sense of honor. If you look at the randomized trials for epilepsy, today I would be presenting. We are all well aware of our technique. It's indeed which has more than 3,000. Good afternoon, and it has at the outset, as well as I would like to express evidence benefit of my sense of honor. If you look at the randomized trials, first today I would be presenting. We are all well aware of our technique we have documented, which has more than 3,000. Good afternoon, and it has at the outset, as well as I would like to express evidence benefit of my sense of honor. And this if you look at the randomized trials, first randomized. So when we consider all well a major procedure, a very major procedure which has more than 3,000 for it to be done at the outset, I would like to express evidence benefit of my sense of honor. And this if you look at the randomized trials, first they do have. So when we consider all well a major procedure, if you look at the evolution of which has more than 3,000 for it to be done at the outset, given I would like to express evidence benefit of my sense of honor. And this unlike open epilepsy, so when we consider all well a major procedure, if you look at the evolution of the lesions could be less fold. I think one of the biggest issues when currently there is a lack of technology where you have to manually reposition the robotic system, so it does take time. It takes a while. There is always a risk of skip lesions. But again, using the special technique of X technique, we have completely reduced the incidence of skip lesions. And there is also an obvious potential issue of robotic malfunction in midway, which had happened in one of our cases, and we had to reprogram it. But I think as the technology improves, we would have better robotic systems, and I think this is the technology of the future, where you could also automate the robotic system so that the whole robotic system itself could perform the procedure. Of course, the threat is that it's a blind procedure. You could have potentially have an hematoma, but again, the risk is very less because the electrodes are very thin, and you're always using the radio frequency ablation in a avascular plane. As you can see in this temperature chart, wherever we performed ROCH, the patient was afebrile from day 1 onwards, and we found that the child did not have to be electively ventilated, unlike endoscopic or open hemispherotomies, where we would find fever in about 18% of the cases. And amazingly, the children from day 1 onwards, and we found that the child did not have to be electively ventilated, unlike endoscopic or open hemispherotomies, where we would find fever in about 80%. Children who undergo ROCH are completely conscious and alert as soon as the surgery is over, and they open their eyes, they're absolutely crystal clear, and in all the cases we didn't require the child to be on elective ventilation. The best part is there is no blood loss, single sutures, and it could be staged if required, and I think that really is worth doing this procedure. So concluding, we presented a pioneering technique of ROCH, which is robotic thermocognitive hemispherotomy, which seems to be very promising and effective, and in 10 of 11 cases where we performed, we were able to achieve a class 1 outcome. It is the most minimally invasive procedure for the most maximally invasive surgical technique. It's bloodless. You can't be more minimally invasive, and this has definitely reduced the risk of infections as well as fevers. Having a skip area is an issue, but with proper planning, the repeat surgery is straightforward and requires fewer number of radio frequency pulses. So ROCH, if you look at it, it also stands for the small bird found in Arctic. It's a small and gentle bird, and definitely this name gels symbolically with the bird and the nature of the procedure. This being safe for kids and being gentle on the, and for me personally and professionally, it has been a great leap in the management paradigm, because I come from an era where I used to see a hole in the brain, where the whole hemisphere used to be taken out physically. And for me, being personally associated with a procedure where we would have zero blood loss and producing a line in the brain, I think has been a very big step ahead in this technique. So at the end, I would like to thank our entire epilepsy surgery team, particularly Dr. Manjari, Professor C.S. Bal, Professor Gaikwad, Dr. Ramesh Makpadi. And I would also like to thank our research faculty who have been one of the keystones for all of our papers. So at the end, I would like to thank our we have performed epilepsy surgeries in more than 3,000 patients till date. It is the largest center in the country. And we have also published more than 550 papers in epilepsy, and we have 9 patents. We describe some new molecules. So I think overall it's a teamwork where if you have a good setup, there will be a number of caveats, a number of good things coming out of this. And we have also published, and that is our center of excellence for epilepsy, where we have a mega resource facility. We also have the first of its kind of intracellular electrophysiological mapping, and we have state-of-art operating rooms as well as clinical electrophysiology. And that is our center of. And for those of you who are interested of learning more about epilepsy surgery, I strongly suggest and urge that you could join our monthly webinars, and you could also we have state-of-art operating rooms as well as clinical electrophysiology. And that is our center of. And for those of you who are interested of learning more about epilepsy surgery, I strongly suggest and urge
Yeah. Dr. Mandal, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
So you upload my PDF file on the PPT I send you, and you confirm that, so that I don't have, so that you can show it, and I'll be presenting from there.
Okay.
Okay, so shall I start now? No, this is perfect. Okay, so shall I start now?
Yes.
No, this is perfect. Hello, Dr. Sundar. Okay, so shall I start now?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Hello. No, this is perfect.
Can you hear us? You can start.
Okay. Okay, so okay, now that's fine. Let's okay. Hello, Dr. Sundar. Okay, so shall I start now?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Good
Hello?
afternoon. This is perfect.
Can you hear us? You can start.
Okay. Okay, so okay, now that's fine. Let's okay. Hello, Dr. Sundar. I'm starting now. There is echo coming. Okay.
Can you hear us?
Okay. Good afternoon. This is perfect.
Can you hear us? You can start.
Okay. Okay, so okay, now that's fine. Let's okay. Hello, Dr. Sundar. I'm starting. I'm starting now. There is echo coming. Okay.
Can you hear us?
Okay. Good afternoon.
Can you hear us? You can start.
Okay. Okay, so okay, now that's fine. Let's okay. Hello, Dr. Sundar. I'm starting. I'm starting now. There is echo coming. Hello. I'm okay. Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah. 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 I'm getting my own echo. Okay. I don't have that one. I don't have. Okay. No. I don't have that. Okay. Hello, Dr. Sundar. I'm starting. I'm starting now. There is echo coming. Hello. I'm okay. Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah. 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 I'm getting my own echo. Okay. I don't have that one. I don't have. Okay. No. I don't have that. Okay. Hello, Dr. Sundar. I'm starting. I'm starting now. There is echo coming. Hello. I'm okay. Hello. Yeah. 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 I'm getting my own echo. I don't have that one. I don't have. I don't have that. I'm starting. Okay. Starting now. There is echo coming. Hello. I'm okay. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting my own echo. I don't have that one. I don't have. I don't have that. It okay. I did. I'm starting. Okay. Okay. Hello. Okay. Hello. Yeah. 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 I'm getting my own echo. I don't have that one. I don't have. I don't have that. It okay. I did. I'm starting. Okay. Hello. Yeah. 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 I'm getting my own echo. I don't have that one. I don't have. I don't have that. It okay. I did. I'm starting. Okay. Hello. Yeah. 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 I'm getting have that one. I don't have. Okay. Okay. Now you are okay. Today's talk is the implication of oxidative stress in neurodegenerative and psychiatric disorder. It is on looking at the in the brain imaging perspective. Now, basically, we are looking at that these are the two important biomarkers will coming from the imaging studies. Looking at the looking at these brains of Alzheimer disease as well as the neuropsychiatric disorder and psychiatric disorder. It is on looking at the in the brain imaging perspective. Now, basically, we are looking at that these are the two important biomarkers will coming from the imaging studies. Looking at the looking at these brains of Alzheimer disease as well as the neuropsychiatric disorder and psychiatric disorder. It is on looking at the in the brain imaging perspective. Now, basically, we are looking at that these are the two important biomarkers will coming. This is too much echo. Okay, go to the next one. Next slide, please. Yes. So in this case, the imaging aspect is, I just want to briefly tell, MR spectroscopy will look into the neurochemicals and neurotransmitter from the brain. And MRI is generally used for the structural observations and features from this brain. And fMRI is the functional activities, what we do in these cases. But in terms of Alzheimer or psychiatric disorder, there is no functional MRI involvement at all. And MRI is basically using as a structural aspect. Main aspect is there only in the case of MR spectroscopy, getting the neurochemicals. And now next one is the general. Next slide, please. Next slide is the what is exactly the MR spectroscopy, because basically this has to be into it. It is exactly looking at the various anatomical regions of the brain where the composition of the chemicals or neurotransmitter can be identified, can be quantified, and these quantitative values in the correct terms also will be correlated with the behavioral studies. You can see we can detect GABA, glutamate, glutamine, glutathione, and these are our rest of them. We can measure the ATP levels. We can also measure the pH of the brain. All these features can be available from the MR spectroscopy. In the next slide, this is just to give a brief discussion on how the technology works. Next one, that in the case of what is exactly we have done for early diagnostic marker for Alzheimer's disease using non-invasive imaging technique. First, before starting this one, this work is done with Dr. Manjari Tripathi, and she is an immense help. Without her help, nothing would have been possible. So here, this work came out in the biological psychiatry, and here you can see the Alzheimer's disease in the case of frontal cortex and the hippocampus. We are able to precisely measure the amount of glutathione. At the same time, we also measure the neuropsychological behavioral patterns of this patient. And then here three types of subjects are there: healthy, old, and then MCI, mild cognitive impairment subject, and then Alzheimer patient. In the next one, what we exactly observe, this is the anatomical locations. And second one, if you look at it in the next slide, you will see that what exactly this work came out, one of these important journal called Biological Psychiatry. This is the first discovery that early diagnostic marker of Alzheimer's disease has been found, which was never looked at it, and glutathione was never looked at as a biomarker. In the next one, we have a results where you can see this is very, very critical. Hippocampus glutathione, when somebody's glutathione lowers it very significant level in the hippocampus, this person turns into a normal, healthy person to the MCI, mild cognitive impairment. So this is the place where people believe that is the cognitive power or executive function is controlled by hippocampus. This is the case where Alzheimer's disease is also glutathione is significantly decreased. Now, in the case of frontal cortex, what we found it out that glutathione level decreases in the when the person significantly when the person MCI convert to the AD. As you know, that a person never converted from a normal person to the AD Alzheimer. There's a transition state of MCI. So looking at the hippocampus is the main areas, and with a high sensitivity and specificity, it has been observed. There's a very recent discovery in this one, that brain communication, it came out that next slide, just next slide, please. Hippocampal title speaks for itself. The brain communication in October issue, it has come that hippocampal glutathione as well as the iron levels was measured in the normal, healthy old and AD patient. What we found it out, there are two important things. Glutathione is an antioxidant and iron is a pro-oxidant. That means it generates the radicals. These slides actually very well, same person, it was nowhere it is done, the same person, how much glutathione in the hippocampus and how much available iron levels. Because as you know, when you become older, then we generally increase the iron levels in our blood. But it has been found in our lab, unpublished data, that as you are older, as long as you are healthy, there is no change of hippocampus level iron in the hippocampus. So this is very critical. In the case of Alzheimer, there is an significant increase of iron pro-oxidant level. Now, next slide. So next slide is the real presentation of this data. One side of the same person glutathione level and the same person's also iron level. You can see the iron level from healthy old to the MCI doesn't change. What does change when the MCI is converted to the AD. But in the hippocampus, when a healthy person convert to the MCI, as I found it in biological different population of patient, we have found the same observation. So this is very, very critical. So that depletion of glutathione is the early event and the iron levels increase at the later stage of the things, so MCI to AD. So here there is a very nice plot we have. The next slide, that what is the clinical status also. We also did the neuropsychological evaluation of this patient. So basically, when the person is a healthy old, is converting to the MCI, there is a significant decrease in the glutathione level, but iron level increase little bit, but not at all significant level. So no change much. But in the case of MCI to AD, the iron level significantly increased in the case of this case. But glutathione is already decreased in the MCI stage. There is a little decrease, but it's already very reduced level. So these things are pictorially presented. You can see that glutathione levels from healthy old, MCI and AD. And also, when we combined, we are doing a multimodal imaging studies. When we combine the neuropsychological data, iron data, and glutathione, we get a very, very high specificity and sensitivity also. Now, in the case of glutathione, there is a question that glutathione is decreasing everywhere in the Alzheimer brain? No, not at all. If we look at the cerebellum of this is very important. The same patient cerebellum, if you measure it, there is no change of the glutathione level. But the hippocampus glutathione level significantly changed. So basically it's anatomy which is involved in the disease process. So that is kind of controlling it. Now in this next one, I want to show you the cerebellum. Iron levels of the cerebellum, if you look at the patient, whether healthy, old, MCI, there is no change. So iron level does not change in cerebellum. Glutathione level does not change in cerebellum. Only hippocampus it changes, and that was a critical observation. Next one, we have to give a mechanism. So what we actually found it, a new discovery that has revolutionized the idea of Alzheimer. Previously, people used to think that the amyloid plaque is forming and the disease is happening. We have given, just now we published in ACS Omega, next slide, where we have given a very nice plot that working model of, this is the article title, and the working model is the next one. So please bring it up. Yes. You can see what we actually proposed, and actually it is happening. There are many papers was published in a top journal that there is a methionine 35 residues in amyloid plaque. And that plaque, that methionine 35, which is reflected here, if it is affected by the some environment, it can make a structural change of amyloid beta peptide. And also they said the radicals actually affect. What we found it out, if there is no much glutathione, the radicals are not controllable. These radicals actually cannot be filtered, and they are able to interact with the beta peptide, and methionine 35 being disturbed. The methionine 35, then it affects the amyloid beta peptide structure, and oligomer formation is happening. And oligomer formation is a toxic. So that makes the brain degeneration, actually degenerated brain. But in the case of left side, there is a very well protected mechanism, protection mechanism. So there is no radical coming to methionine 35. So that's what this is. Brain is remain intact like you and me. So there is no problem. So this is why another one way. So ultimately we have to predict that Alzheimer is coming or not. So can a simple blood test can do that one? There is no test still today that where we have brain and blood glutathione level, brain and blood iron levels. So that's the experiment we have done it. And actually I'm presenting in SFN as a talk in San Diego. So here we found it out that this is the experimental scheme, and about 67 persons was of different age group. They are all healthy. So we did their blood test, at the same time imaging test. Blood, we did the serum iron level and plasma glutathione level. If you go back to the next one slide, please. Yes. So this we found it out. A person when he remain healthy, there is no change in the brain iron level and glutathione level. But in the blood, there is a higher level of iron when he become older. So this is the observation, we found it out. We are expanding this in a clinical population. Now coming back to the psychiatry. So psychiatric disorder, now upper one, please, just up one, not this one. Please go back. Yes, the title is ACS Chemical Neuroscience. We actually derived all these disorder, critically look at it and published it. What is the is it the structures are neurotransmitters are affected, or there is something early event? Oxidative states are actually affected. So if you look at these structures, basically what are the symptoms of these diseases that you all know. I just make a next slide, please. I made a Venn diagram that all the psychiatric disorders, symptoms, and then hallucination, delusion, agitation, and irritability is the common features. If we go back to the schizophrenia, next slide, because time is less, schizophrenia and major depressive disorder and bipolar. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Yes. Only dopamine 1 and dopamine 2 receptors are common, the Venn diagram says. Now, what we actually trying to propose, the dopamine and other receptors are going to be affected. This is the main event, may not be the early event. So we need to look at, I do not have much proof right now, but we are working on it. So what has been done in various groups around the world of different psychiatric field based on imaging. Next slide. This slide speaks for itself. Yes, there are glutathione level decrease in the schizophrenia with a scores, and also glutathione level in schizophrenia, major depressive disorder, and bipolar disorder. There is a decrease compared to control subject. I just get the fact before you because you are all have been looking at the patients. So these things need to be thinking about it, and maybe somebody may think about and whether there is a change of thought of prescribing medicines or antioxidant that need to be think about it. I am not saying proposing anything here. Next slide, please. So here, what we found it out in susceptibility also in various anatomical region, these have been observed, published fact, not by me. So these are the cases what was never thought about it, that this oxidative stress can be a major factor. Next, last slide, almost last. So we have actually proposed a model. It's a working model, means we proposed it that need a lot of evaluation, criticism, and refinement, that we are trying to say the receptors, dopamine receptors are affected, other receptors, acetylcholine receptors are affected, but they are not at the source of the river. They are actually in the middle or somewhere else. Some early event, oxidative stress, may be coming in the early phases. We need to think about it, and we need to look at it, various study populations. So that's what we have proposed, and it was appreciated in the review process and got accepted. Now, next slide. Important is that conclusion is that oxidative stress is a dominant factor in Alzheimer and major psychiatric disorder. Imbalances is there, we can monitor it. Now we can actually disease modifying when we are treating the person. We can see that one whether there is any change or not by imaging. It is a non-invasive process. So this is very good. Now I would like to say that collaboration, as I said clearly, Dr. Manjuri Tripathi is a very good scientist, clinician, and good friend, and she helps a lot of ways. And then other help from Johns Hopkins and Asli was from Florida Institute of Neuroscience. They are very much good. They are very helpful, and the discussion with them, and we are publishing together, and various financial support. At the end, National Brain Research Center is a unique place, and they are giving me the platform to the work and using their MRI machine. So this is why I would like to thank, and Dr. Sundar is an excellent partner and helpful and dynamic person, and this is an excellent platform to talk before you. I'm done with my presentation, and I'll be very happy to answer any question if I have any time left.
Dr. Mandal, can you hear us? Are you able to hear us?
Yes. Yes, I can hear, but little less volume is not there much. Excuse me? I can't hear you.
I was going to ask you, is there a prospective study going on? Use of glutathione with trying to reduce the incidence of early cognitive disorders? Is there a prospective study? Are you involved in any prospective study?
These are all live patients. They come. It's a it's not a longitudinal study at all. Right now, we are going to start it. So cross-sectional observation I have. All are cross-sectional studies.
Okay, but you are planning to do a prospective study? Giving glutathione to a group versus a group?
Sorry, I can't hear clearly. Can you repeat the question, please, or put in?
Are you trying to do a prospective study comparing controls with a group that you're giving glutathione to?
I have not given glutathione yet. We are clinical trial going to start. So we have not given a glutathione as a supplement. This glutathione, we measure whatever they have in their brain. De novo.
Yeah, but you are planning to do a study also.
Yes, correct. Not already, it is already approved, and we are in this month end, we may plan to start. That all these processes are already approved. Now we have to just start the process. We are going to give advertisement, and Dr. Manjari will be sending the patient for this study. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or clarifications from Dr. Mandal? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a good platform. Thank you.
রবিবার দুপুরবেলা আপনাকে জাগিয়ে রাখা হচ্ছে। Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I can leave now. I can sleep. I have to go to class.
হ্যাঁ, এখন ঘুরতে যেতে পারবেন।
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, he's just wanting to know whether he can go to have his Sunday afternoon siesta.
Okay. I will see
Okay.
that one. Okay.
So we'll get to the next speaker, which is Dr. Achal Sharma, who's online, and he's going to talk to us about the role of DTI in preservation of the facial nerve in vestibular schwannoma surgery. So Dr. Sharma is, I believe, online. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Sharma. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon. Should I start my presentation? Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Dr. Achal Sharma. I am working as a senior professor of neurosurgery in Department of Neurosurgery, SMS Hospital and Medical College, Jaipur, India. Next slide, please. This is my CV. There is no conflict of interest on this subject. Next, please. I am working since last 25 years in this institution. So, in the introduction, we know that the vestibular schwannoma surgery is complicated by the cranial nerve injuries, particularly 7 nerve injury, and that is major morbidity after the surgery, where it carries not only the physical but also the psychological impact over the patient. As we know, the functional preservation of the facial nerve after the vestibular schwannoma surgery is still rare than the anatomical preservation. And even with the best hand, the facial nerve dysfunction reported to be 19% after the surgery. Next, please. If you go to the historical part of this subject, then we can see that in the initial period, the main aim of the surgery was just to tumor decompression prior to the event of the microscope, but later on, the total removal of the tumor could be possible. But even after that, it was carrying a lot of morbidity as well as mortality related to this area of the tumor and the various cranial nerves surrounding the tumor, particularly the facial nerve. Nowadays, the paradigm shift is the aim of surgery changed from the just tumor resection, but also the preservation of cranial nerves, particularly facial, and nowadays the 8 cranial nerve also. Next, please. As we know that the vestibular schwannomas can be graded according to the size of the tumor as well as the area confined by the tumor. Various workers given the grading of the tumor accordingly. Next, please. Next slide, please. So what are the factors which are related to the facial nerve preservation, in which the more important factors are that one is the size of the tumor. As we all aware of that fact that the size is less, the chances of preservation of facial nerve is better than the larger size of tumor. Number 2 is type of surgical approach, in which the debate is still going on whether the translabyrinthine approach is better or reduced sigmoid approach are the better, and various workers or doctors giving their experience related to these two approaches in the preservation of facial nerve after that. Next, please. Now, extent of tool, all those, there is no difference in facial function outcome after 1 year of the follow-up period. But nowadays, many surgeons, what they do, they decompress the tumor and leaving the thin part of the tumor over the nerve, and then they give post-operative radiosurgery to preserve the function of facial nerve. There is hardly any relating factor of relating to patient age, but of course, the experience of surgery, experience of the surgeon is very important because in younger or in the initial part of the surgical site of the experience, the chances of facial nerve preservation is less. Next, please. Various research have been done relating to the facial nerve preservation with pre-operative identification as well as intraoperative identification of facial nerve by monitoring and the imaging methods. Next, please. The position of and the course of facial nerve have been described in mainly 4 different positions: ventro-superior, ventro-inferior, ventro-central, and dorsal, in which the ventro-superior position or displacement of facial nerve is the most common type. Next. How can we protect the facial nerve in large vestibular Schwann surgery? Number 1, we can identify the facial nerve pre-operatively by the imaging, and then we can do the surgery accordingly to prevent the facial nerve injury. Number 2 is the intraoperative detection of facial nerve by intraoperative monitoring. And of course, the good surgical techniques, tumor decompression with careful accurate dissection, which is very important to protect the facial nerve after the surgery. Next. The objective of intraoperative facial nerve monitoring is to identify the facial nerve in soft tissue tumor in the bone. It warns the surgeon for an unexpected facial stimulation. It helps in mapping the course of facial nerve in the temporal bone as well as the tumor. It enhances neural preservation by reducing mechanical trauma during rerouting or tumor dissection, and also it assesses the prognosis of facial nerve after the surgery. Next. There are various monitoring techniques have been described in which direct electrical stimulation and continuous facial nerve monitoring is an important factor. Next, please. In free running EMG type or continuous monitoring, that is neurotonic discharge is the most important type in EMG recording for the facial nerve. And various patterns of EMG activity has been described in the train A is associated with the facial nerve injury. Next. What to do when the intraoperative facial nerve electrophysiological parameters deteriorates? One should stop the surgery at the time. We can irrigate with the form saline. Wait for the recovery of the EMG deterioration. And also what we can do, we can apply the various vasoactive treatment in which the nimodipine soaked gel form patty over the nerve till the recovery occurs, as well as intravenous injection of the nimodipine. Next. Now come to our topic is the diffusion tensor imaging. Diffusion tensor imaging is a non-invasive MRI modality which has been widely used to track and the reconstruction of the neural fasciculation in the white matter, including 3D reconstruction of the pyramidal tract, arcuate fasciculation, and optical radiation. Very commonly, however, the application of the tracking and reconstructing of facial nerve before acoustic neuroma surgery is still rare. Next. Preoperative facial nerve identification using neuroimaging helpful both for surgical planning and patient counseling. Visualization of facial nerve using conventional MRI technique is difficult preoperatively, and it also declines with the increasing size of the tumor. Facial nerve tractography, which is the only method capable of mapping of white matter fibers, seems to be a valid tool for predicting the exact location of the facial nerve and its spatial relationship with the vestibular schwannoma. Next. DTI is an imaging-based technique that demonstrates the location of the nerve in relation to the tumor preoperatively, and it could be useful in its preservation. Conventional MRI techniques such as MRI cystoscopy and the PSDA is not useful for the large size of the tumor because of the displacement of facial nerve. It becomes a thin separated by fibers, and there's no CSF intervenes between the compressed facial nerve and the vestibular schwannoma. A large tumor having diameter more than 2.5 centimeters, diffusion tense imaging-based fiber tracking is a useful for the prediction of the force of the patient nerve. Next. Intraoperative validation accuracy is given by Valicino is 85.5%, and failure to track facial nerve due to deformation of the nerve bundles that had been compressed and displayed over the tumor capsule. Intraoperative difficulty in facial nerve recognition by this technique in the large vestibular schwannoma, distortion of the CP angle structures, intracapsular dissection of the tumor, and there is thin and compressed facial nerve. Next. We took the guidelines from the previous researches about this technique to identify the preoperative location of facial nerve. Next. We did a study conducting of 43 patients in last 2 years duration, and there was some exclusion criteria for that. The patient who were inoperable could not be operated in old age patients, or patient who had undergone intracranial surgery prior to that or radiotherapy. We excluded from the study. Next. Preoperative neurological status of patient was using the House-Beckman facial nerve grading system. DTA was done with standard protocol. Internal or auditory canal was chosen as initial seat region, and the facial nerve root entry zone as the terminal tracking region. Next. All the patients were operated by the standard retromastoid approach by single surgeon. And anatomical location facial nerve noted intraoperative by monitoring of the facial nerve. Comparison done between preoperative location of facial nerve by imaging and the intraoperative location of facial nerve during the surgery and after removal of surgery was taken, and then compare accordingly. Next. 2 patients excluded because in one patient, facial nerve could not be identified preoperatively, in another when there's intraoperative, we cannot identify by the monitoring devices. Out of 38 out of 41 patients had a good post-operative facial nerve outcome, that is a good results were found after that study. And in conclusion, DTI facial nerve tracking is an accurate tool for preoperative identification of facial nerve in relation to the last site of tumor. Next. Here's some example of our study. You can see a large size vestibular schwannoma and CP angle in which there was facial nerve. The color coding we can give after tractography. We can see very clearly the location of nerve in the superior ventral position. Next. This is intraoperative finding showing the location of facial nerve, and that the post-operative MRI shows complete removal of the tumor. Next. Another case with the large vestibular schwannoma with again the location of facial nerve by the tractography technique, facial nerve DTA, and again we can see the location of nerve in the superior location and the ventral position. Next, please. Intraoperative picture after removal of tumor, we can see the position of facial nerve And the post-operative MRI shows the removal of the tumor completely. Next, please. These are other cases from our study showing the preoperative imaging, preoperative DTA technique showing location of patient by giving various color coding, intraoperative finding after removal of tumor and post-operative imaging. Next. These are other cases from our study showing the same. Next, please. These are the rest of the patients of our study. Next. A couple of examples of in which we use this technique. One is 52 years old male presented with left-sided hearing loss. Imaging shows large left size vestibular schwannoma. Next. DTI was done showing the location of the facial nerve over the tumor. Next. The video. Intraoperative.
Video is not playing, Dr. Sharma.
Or you can press again. It will start up. Yes, again. Yeah. No, it was previous time. Previous to this. Yeah, this video. It's not working.
It's not working, Dr. Sharma.
I can send you again if you want. So
Okay, we can.
next
we can-
time. Yeah, next time. Another case with the same patient present with the hearing loss of the left side. Imaging shows vestibular schwannoma, last side, and again a video. Please see if it is working or not. Otherwise, skip that. I will send you. Yes, this is another case where we can see the location of 7 very clearly after the removal of the tumor, and that was concordant with the preoperative imaging technique using that DTA technique. It's another case, same location of the patient now after removal of the tumor. Next, please. So this is the post-operative patient of paralysis using House Beckman grading system, in which most of the patients were in the first 3, grade 1 to grade 3. That is a good result after using this technique. Next, please. A few words about the facial reanimation. As we know that the post-operative patient weakness is reported 8 to 20%, but sometimes there is an inadvertent injury to the patient or the damage to patient which do occur, in which we can either we can do the direct end-to-end coaptation of the anastomosis of the patient nerve. Otherwise, if the distance is large, then we can use the cable nerve graft interposition. And in the post-operative period, if the patient nerve dysfunctions which do occur, then it's classical facio-hypoglossal transposition are the options available for the reanimation of patient nerve. Next, please. This is the one case where we had the injury of the patient nerve or the damage of patient nerve, in which we could do direct this anastomosis of the patient nerve using the fibrin. Next, please. So, in conclusion, the facial palsy, as we know, the devastating complication and carries an adverse psychological impact after vestibular schwannoma surgery, particularly of large size tumor, which causes compression and displacement of the neurovestibular structures. Preoperative knowledge of the facial position and intraoperative monitoring during surgery reduces the chance of inadvertent facial injury and may increase the safety of the surgery. Standard preoperative MRI techniques, which provides only 2D resolution of distinct structure and difficult to identify the facial nerve. In that cases, DTI and 3D mapping with the fiber tracking is a useful tool that helps in preservation of facial nerve in the last vestige of surgery. Accidental intraoperative facial nerve injury can be treated by the primary anastomosis or repair using the fibrin glue or cable graft, or in the post-operative period, facial hypoglossal anastomosis is the options available for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Any questions? Yes. I think you have to come here, because otherwise you won't be able to do it.
This echoing the sound, I cannot hear clearly. Can you repeat it?
Two questions. One is, how many directions you use to
Sir, excuse me, sir, the voice is not clear.
how many directions do you use for position?
Can I get the written question so that I can answer that? Because voice is not clear.
His question is, how many directions do you use for DTI acquisition?
How? DTI is standard technique to find the fiber, white fibers tracking by the standard procedure. We can see the through the functional fractional anisotropy technique, and it can locate or it can map out the fibers tracked, like the arcuate fibers, the optic nerve fibers, and in the same meaning and the same using method we are using to locate the facial nerve over the nerve over the tumor, and simultaneously we can color it by giving the color code by the IT technicians with the MRI machine, and we can locate the tumor. We can locate the nerve preoperatively, so that at that position we would be more careful in handling the tumor during the dissection. It's very difficult to understand because the voice it's going too much.
How do you distinguish the fibers of the facial nerve from the fibers of the acoustic nerve?
Yeah. It's very difficult, of course, to identify the facial and an acoustic nerve separately by this technique. Yes, of course, it's there, but they usually are these two nerves are together, so it gives a combined picture of the facial and acoustic nerve simultaneously by this technique. So we have to handle these both, and we cannot separate the acoustic nerve with the facial nerve by the DTI technique.
Okay, one last question.
Yeah.
You use navigation techniques with your DTI.
So pardon.
Did you use any form of navigation techniques?
Yeah. Navigation technique we can use in that, but the study is just to find out the preoperative planning of the surgery, tumor surgery. And of course, we compare that preoperative location of finding with the intraoperative the finding, or we are trying to find out whether these two preoperative identification with the intraoperative identification using monitoring technique, how the preoperative was, whether it's a good for the identify the patient now, or in as we see that it's up to 80 to 85% concordance were found between the preoperative identification of patient with intraoperative. So it is just to know the preoperative planning, and we simultaneously we can also counsel the patient that about the outcome or the prognosis after the surgery.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Professor Sharma, for this talk.
Thank you, sir.
since the last speaker in the session, Dr. Akadi Bose, is not available, I think this will bring the session to a close.
Okay. Can I send the video again on the same this mail which we will send it?
Okay, sure, Dr. Sharma, can you just send it to my email? I'll play it later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
We'll regroup at 4:15 p.m. We'll just regroup at 4:15 for the last session, my keynote, and then the last session. Is that good? Well, we've got
Should we take Dr. David Barron?
Yeah.
Kind of, again, small, kind of David Barron. And then, is there? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear us, Dr. Barone?
Yep, I can hear you now. I enjoyed the PowerPoint, but unfortunately couldn't hear any of the volume. So I can hear you fine. Hopefully you can hear and see me.
Yes, we absolutely can. I'll do a very quick intro. Are you good with that?
Very quick.
Okay. Well, please welcome Professor Dave Barron, who has done a lot of work in community psychiatry across the world and has a tremendous interest. And as I was speaking about funding opportunities, he's going to be speaking on funding opportunities at the interface of brain, spine, and mental health in the Asia Pacific region. Please welcome Professor Dave Barron.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank my good friend and respected colleague, Dr. Sunder, for I enjoyed seeing his presentation, even though I couldn't hear. I bring greetings from Malta. It's Sunday morning in Malta. I'm here at the World Psychiatric Association meeting, which actually just concluded yesterday. And I really appreciate the opportunity to share something that I think is very important, something that we are all committed to, and that's really the quality of life for all human beings across the globe. We in psychiatry understand the importance of mental health. We deal with how a patient thinks, feels, and behaves, but we also have a commitment to how a community and a country and the globe think, feel, and behave. They say there's a silver lining to every cloud. And I believe one of the silver linings of this terrible cloud of COVID will be an appreciation of how important mood and anxiety are, not just to patients with psychopathology, but to all of us. We have all experienced and lived this collective anxiety, significant levels of depression. We've seen a global increase in the use of substances, suicides, all the negative aspects of dealing with stresses that were beyond our control. And what Dr. Sunder and his colleagues and those of us involved in this research are trying to use this as an opportunity to convince politicians and stakeholders that mental health issues are critical. Substance abuse, as was pointed out in the presentation, it's not a flaw in one's moral fiber. It's not a punishment from God, no more so than diabetes, cardiovascular disease, or hypertension are. But these are illnesses. What we're interested in psychiatry and in the behavioral sciences is understanding a bit more about the biology of mood disorders, anxiety disorders, psychotic disorders, substance use disorders. We now know that these are the hijacking of the reward systems of the brain, the mesolimbic dopamine, that reward pathway that reinforces all of human behavior. And what we're interested in, and what this Congress is so important for, is to have people understand that these are treatable, not only diseases, but conditions. Certainly all of us who experienced anxiety and depression since the early parts of 2020, when we began lockdowns in March, most of the places in the world, due to COVID, we didn't all experience significant psychopathology, but we all lived the emotional pain and suffering and physical pain and suffering, because as we know, mental health is nothing more than a component of overall health. It's not a separate entity. That, as we've seen in the past, and has been quoted so many times, there is no health without mental health. Mental health should not be viewed as a separate entity, but a component of living a happy, healthy, productive life. We focus on psychopathology as psychiatrists and behavioral health specialists, but really it's a component of a quality of life for the individual and the community. Now, with that long-winded introduction, what I'd like to spend the last few minutes and I know I only had 15, which is very difficult. As most of you know, psychiatrists, we work in 45 to 50-minute hours, not 15 minutes. But there, I believe, is a real opportunity for us to come together as stakeholders in assessing the needs of individuals, communities, and countries to better understand how we can evaluate and treat the results of dealing with a very stressful world, a world that can be very depressing sometimes when we look at all the global conflicts going on, the anticipation of potentially additional variants of COVID coming out as we approach the fall months, and the uncertainty, that core sense of feeling sometimes almost hopeless and helpless when it comes to our own health and mental health. So as a result of that, we have seen a dramatic, I believe, step in the right direction, improvement. We're not all the way there yet, but we're getting there in dealing with the stigma associated with mental illness. As a result, we're seeing world leaders that have come together for the G20 conference who have realized that although they're not behavioral health specialists, their role in promoting global quality of life is very significant. That we all need to come together, behavioral health specialists, psychiatrists, psychologists, internal medicine physicians, other medical specialists, healthcare providers, teachers, anyone who is dealing with the general public. And as a result of some of this decrease in stigma, still a ways to go, but I think we're going in the right direction. I really applaud some of the really important, fundamental and basic things that we can do, just the language that we use. And someone is not an addict. We know that that's the negative connotation, but a patient or a person suffering with it, the use of illegal substances or even legal substances, that these are not pejorative terms, but in fact, these are diagnostic illnesses that can be treated. So in keeping with the theme of this brief presentation, what are some opportunities that we have? Well, I think one of the things we need to understand is that wonderful presentation we just saw and heard is problematic in some parts of the world. For example, I spent 6 weeks in most of September and early October in Malaysia, both in Sabah and in Kuala Lumpur, looking at developing mental health delivery and substance abuse programs. And unfortunately, many of the medications that we discussed in MAT, which really are very important in harm reduction, as the slide that we saw so adequately pointed out. But some of these compounds are just not available in many parts of the world for a variety of reasons, even though they've been demonstrated to be very effective in harm reduction, as the slide demonstrated. We also know that some of the high-end techniques that we've seen that have shown some real promise as far as therapeutic entities, TMS, many of the new advances are not yet available because in low and middle income countries, oftentimes the resources are not there. We have a hard enough time just getting mental health professionals out into rural villages where there are very limited access to mental health care. Many countries will have a small handful of psychiatrists to try to care for many millions of people. And this is just not sustainable. So I think what we're seeing and what we need to promote as stakeholders, as colleagues, as collaborators in improving the mental health of all people around the globe, and particularly in the resourced, challenged LMICs, are what options do we have? And I think we're seeing an increase in global funding. Now, I can mention from the United States, the National Institutes of Mental Health have opened a number of funding opportunities for collaborations with LMICs, along with collaborators from the United States, to increase the capacity to not only evaluate, but to treat mental health issues moving forward. An RFA that actually ends tomorrow, and there'll be others coming out, is really geared towards what can we do to come together understanding that we have very limited resources. Even in the United States, there are many parts of the US where there are very limited mental health facilities, although this is improving under the strong leadership of some of the enlightened politicians in the US. But what opportunities do we have? So I think the first thing we need to understand is mental health is a team sport. As many of you might know, I'm very involved with sports psychiatry, but the idea that we need to come together to work together as colleagues, as neuroscientists, as clinicians, as anyone who has any interaction or impact with the general public. So the grants are looking at collaborations and cooperation between stakeholders. I think politicians, and it's so appropriate for this global wonderful meeting that's being held in the lovely country that you are in now, is that politicians realize that their role is critical in mobilizing resources, but in also setting the tone. I think politicians play a very critical role when they're able to talk about the stress of mental illness, when they're able to say, look at what we have suffered from as a global humanity over COVID, the anxiety that affected every single country, rich, poor, anywhere in between. That politicians really have the voice where they can get out and not only demonstrate their commitment through allocation of resources, but can also get out and change the mindset. I think the ability to change the stigma that is so critical in continuing to move forward in this. So grants currently exist, and there'll be more coming out, both from the NIH in the United States, from the EU, meeting I'm just completing here in Malta with colleagues from around the world with the World Psychiatric Association, have demonstrated that the opportunities now exist to apply for funding. And I think where we need to focus our funding now, particularly in the LMICs, is we need to continue to push forward the neuroscience, the work that Dr. Sunder and many of his colleagues are, the work of the NIMH, my former employer, a number of years ago when I worked for the NIMH as the deputy clinical director. We fund a lot of those high-end scientific studies that are important to understand brain mechanisms, new treatment strategies. These are all very important. But I believe at the LMIC level, we need to focus on education. As we all know, physicians, we don't just diagnose and treat. The word doctor literally means docere, to teach. So we can teach each other. And these new grant opportunities are there. So what I'm calling for is all of us to collaborate through Zoom, through email, where we can apply for these grants, the NIMH grants. Again, I'm working with colleagues at the University of Malaysia, Sabah, in looking at some substance use identification and treatment programs in the rural jungle. We're looking at other, I just came back from Cairo, Egypt, where we're looking at some grant opportunities. So they're out there. What we need to do is come together as a group, identify these grant opportunities, and then seek the funding necessary to better identify how we can reach out to individuals to make an accurate diagnosis, to create a healthier environment. Lifestyle psychiatry, which we all know about, written about, is really kind of the fundamentals of importance of sleep, good appetite, stress reduction strategies, nutrition, social supports, that these are things that don't require a lot of resources, but can make a huge difference while we continue to push forward in understanding brain and brain mechanisms to develop new strategies that we can hopefully improve and expand at a global level. So I encourage all of my colleagues on the call that we create opportunities to come together, to create funding that can be used to improve the quality of life, not only just in patients with psychopathology, but dealing with the mental health of all of us around the globe. The one thing I would like to recommend as I kind of end my presentation here, I see I'm just about out of time, is the importance of countries and organizations getting the proper credentials so that they're able to apply for these grants. So in the United States, it can be done online. It doesn't cost any money, but an organization, be it a university, an NGO, we just actually went through some of these challenges and were able to be successful in Malaysia, is to acquire what's called a UEI number, which is a unique identity number that allows you to participate with other U.S. investigators to get collaborative grants. It can be done online, but that's one of the necessary things to apply for these grants. The EU has a similar mechanism. So it does take a little bit of work. It doesn't take a lot of money. What matters the most is it takes a commitment. And I think we all have this, or we wouldn't be taking our time on a Sunday to try to educate each other and look for opportunities to work together. Again, at the end of the day, all these grants are to achieve one goal, and that's to improve the overall quality of life, both physical and mental, as they interact with each other. They're just different pieces of a big, larger puzzle, so that we can feel happy about our contribution and generate new opportunities for the next generation. Thank you so much. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Dave. I think you really set the agenda for the discussion on international funding opportunities for promoting mental health research, innovation, and collaboration. So we much appreciate it. And we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you so very much. As I was mentioning earlier, our next speaker is a very young and dynamic speaker who is going to be speaking on the convergence of psychedelic medicines and wearable technology in 21st century medicine. Dr. David Rabin is the Executive Director of the Board of Medicine and Chief Innovation Officer of Apollo Neuroscience. And I will say this, that I am keeping very sane and active because of wearing the Apollo device, and several of our Indonesian colleagues have also been wearing it today and so forth. So please join me and give a big hand to Dr. Dave Rabin.
Do I full screen it, or is it? Oh. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for all the hard work hosting this amazing event, especially Professor Kautab. Really appreciate you having me. It's an honor to be here with you all. So can everybody hear me okay? Great. So I'm Dr. Dave Rabin. I'm an addiction and trauma psychiatrist and a neuroscientist. I've been working a lot with treatment-resistant trauma and substance use disorder patients for the last 10 years or so, trying to develop new techniques, new therapies using mostly minimally and non-invasive tools, of which wearables and psychedelic medicines have much to teach us. So just to kind of talk about where we're at today, which is really important to, you know, things aren't super great. We have been trying to treat PTSD since 1949 when it was first characterized, and the NIMH was actually established to treat PTSD. We still have over 40 million people with PTSD in the US alone. This is a gross underestimation. And I don't need to dwell on these other numbers. You know how difficult things have been from all the presentations you've seen so far. Ultimately, the medications we have work for some people, but the remission rates, how many patients actually get better long-term with things like Paxil and Zoloft, and the tools we have are less than 50%, which means that over 50% of people treated with the tools that we are currently using are actually not achieving sustained remission. And we haven't had any new FDA-approved treatments for PTSD in many years, over 17 years, I believe now. And this is the highest burden, cost burden to society, is untreated patients with mental health disorders. So just thinking about this, it's important to recognize a very important article that just came out in, I think, July of 2022, that proved a hypothesis that we've had for many years in mental health, that was conducted as an umbrella study, which is a meta-analysis of meta-analyses in over 100,000 patients worldwide, showing that the theory of depression being caused by an inborn chemical imbalance or low serotonin levels is frankly not the case. This came out of University College of London. And it showed also in this paper, very importantly, that the things that actually correlate most with people having depression rather than low serotonin levels or chemical imbalance is actually trauma, which has been the theory that we've had for a long time, right? Which is really summarized in this image here, which is not unique to somebody who's just a veteran of war or somebody who lives on the street, but actually everyday people like us who sit in front of our computers day after day, stressed out, not exercising enough, not necessarily taking as good care of ourselves. And our bodies aren't designed for it, right? Our bodies aren't designed for chronic stress. We are not designed to have constant light stimulation all the time, loud noises all the time. This is all a form of stress on the body that takes its toll. And ultimately, what we see is that as the body is exposed to overstimulation over time, that it overactivates the fear center in the brain. It affects activity in the emotional cortex. We become less empathetic. Great study out of, I think, in Lancet, maybe 5 years ago now, showed that people who are really, really stressed out actually test positive on the autism spectrum disorder scale. So we lose our ability to empathize effectively when we are under chronic stress. And this actually has been shown to decrease something called heart rate variability, which is the rate of change of our heartbeat over time, which most wearables track. That is a sign of autonomic tone. And when our autonomic tone is low and our parasympathetic tone is low and our sympathetic tone is high, then we actually are at higher risk for mental and physical illness. And sure, you all know this, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but basically it's that summarized in that threat, specifically threat, results in boosting of sympathetic tone and an allocation of resources towards survival systems. So these systems are skeletal muscles, heart, lungs, motor cortex of the brain, the amygdala, and things that are responsible for getting us out of a threatening situation. Everything else is deprioritized. So we lose emotion control. We're not supposed to sleep because we are perceiving threat from our environment. We can't focus. Our HRV goes down. And on the contrary, we have a way out, right? Safety stimulates the parasympathetic nervous system, the vagal tone. It reverses the balance of the autonomic system. And this can be regulated in very thoughtful ways, many of which are very old. Intentional breathing, biofeedback is a new one, empathic listening and eye-to-eye contact, human bonding, touch, soothing touch, yoga, soothing music, vagal nerve stimulation. All of these things are well known to boost parasympathetic tone, which results in improved emotion control, improved sleep, better focus, improved heart rate variability, decreased blood pressure and heart rate, all the things that we use many medications for. So this brings up the question of, well, what can psychedelic states teach us about healing? So the first is to address the common misconception of this word, because this word is one of the most confused and misused words in the English language. It actually is a very simple word, and it means psyche means mind, delos means to show or to reveal. So what we're really talking about when we say the word psychedelic is a state of being that reveals our minds to us. So this is really talking about what Freud described over 100 years ago now, which is the idea of subconscious material, right? Which is actually most commonly experienced by us as a psychedelic state in our dreams. Dreams are when the ego, the survival part of our brain, the activity is decreased because we're safe enough to allow ourselves to fall asleep. And all of a sudden, our filter, our thalamus colostrum filter that decides what's important for survival to let into our awareness when we're awake, becomes diminished in activity. And all of a sudden, we're allowed to witness what is beneath awareness, what is typically stored in our subconscious material, which is like all of that stuff that's beneath the surface of the water of the iceberg. So if you imagine our awareness is like the tip of the iceberg sticking out, that's our awareness during the day. That's our awareness during wakeful times. It's just the tip of the iceberg. That's all we see. As soon as you fall asleep or you enter into a psychedelic state, you're really talking about expanding awareness to everything that's also beneath the iceberg, beneath the surface of the water, which could be 100,000 or 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 times greater than what's actually just sticking off the surface. So why psychedelic substances are so interesting is because these are molecular tools that are non-specific amplifiers of awareness. So they increase our awareness to access what's beneath the surface of the water. And what's also critical to understand is that these are non-drug required states. You do not need drugs to enter these states. So we're going to cover 3 major drug categories here because the topic is psychedelic medicines. And so there are many different psychedelic medicines. There are actually probably thousands and thousands that have been characterized now, and we're just going to cover a few that have a lot of evidence to support them. Cannabis is one of the most commonly accessed psychedelic medicines, and it is used now recreationally in, I think, 35 states or something like that in the US. And what's really interesting about cannabis is that it is relatively safe. It has relatively known possible LD50. You can't kill yourself with it easily, and it has hundreds of different active ingredients in it, most of which haven't been well characterized, but they're overwhelmingly safe to access. People, they don't have a high toxicity threshold. What's really interesting is that we're facing an opioid crisis. And this is not unique to the United States. This is a huge problem all throughout the world. But that when we look epidemiologically across the opioid use and prescription patterns, is that legal access to cannabis, just without any kind of instruction to patients, just accessing cannabis, being able to have it around legally, significantly reduces opioid use and prescribing patterns. This is undeniable evidence from the literature that has been written about multiple times now in Washington Post and many other papers. But this was published in JAMA in 2018, showing that US prescriptions for all opioids fell like 14.4% just by the opening of medical cannabis dispensaries. That's 23 million daily doses, reducing to 19 million daily doses per year with 1 year of dispensaries being open. This is a really, really important data point, because if we understand, number one, that's way too many opioid doses anyway, but if we understand this data, then we can also understand how to track it more over time and to track the impact. We also seen that medical cannabis patients like using cannabis instead of opioids. That's really interesting, right? 97% decreased their opioid consumption with medical cannabis. 81% said cannabis was better by itself than with opioids. They're not polysubstance abusing. They're using cannabis instead. Cannabis is much safer. It has, again, no significant LD50 compared to opioids, which I believe the number needed to kill is 550. 2,400 participants using CBD, cannabidiol, which is the non-psychoactive form of cannabis, one of the primary, most anti-inflammatory molecules that we have access to in the US, was reported to be effective by subjects and over 80% of users. So now let's get into the more interesting stuff. So ketamine is the only legal psychedelic medicine that is, in addition to cannabis, that is a prescription medicine. Cannabis is non-prescription. Ketamine was characterized originally as an anesthetic agent. It's legal in almost every state in the US and in almost every country worldwide, with the exception of just a few. And the reason why this is so interesting is because this is a tool we can use right now. Also why cannabis is interesting. These are readily available tools. Ketamine is FDA approved for treatment-resistant depression. It's safe and well tolerated. And it can be delivered to patients at home with teletherapy. That means we can call a compounding pharmacy. We do this in our practice, and we can have the pharmacy mail actually dose-mediated packs to a patient's home in any quantity that we want, and with instructions on how to use it. And we can walk them through the treatment over Zoom. We can also provide ketamine to patients acutely. So we have many colleagues in the ER. When patients come in with severe depression, they're acutely suicidal, they can be injected with an intramuscular dose of ketamine that will abate their suicidality, acute. We don't have a single tool like this in the field of psychiatry that can acutely abate suicidality safely. That's pretty interesting. So now let's get to the stuff that's not available yet, that's coming down the pipeline. So there's psilocybin, which comes from psilocybin mushrooms, and MDMA, which comes from, it's a methamphetamine derivative that specifically targets 5-HT2A serotonin receptors in the insular cortex. So psilocybin and MDMA, as you'll see, have some interesting stuff in common here. They are totally different molecules. MDMA is a methamphetamine-derived molecule. Psilocybin is a tryptamine molecule that's more similar to the structure of serotonin. and the structure of DMT, dimethyltryptamine, which is synthesized in the pineal gland of our brains. What's really interesting is both of these molecules, even despite the complete difference in their molecular structure, have basically the same reports from patients. Just a few doses cause rapid and radical shifts in states of being, states of feeling, reductions in treatment-resistant depression with psilocybin. Over 67% of people with MDMA are no longer meeting diagnostic criteria with just 3 doses of MDMA in 12 weeks of psychotherapy. Over 67%, 1 year out, no longer meeting diagnostic criteria. Both groups report an improved sense of safety. Both groups report improved connection to self and others. Both groups report that these experiences, even though they've only had 1 or 3 of them, are rated as one of the most powerful and meaningful experiences of their entire lives. And they're currently wrapping up FDA trials for MDMA. And the response rates are pretty impressive. These people, all the people in these studies were treatment resistant. So they've tried everything in the MDMA study. They were treatment resistant PTSD for 17.6 years. In the psilocybin study, these people were treatment resistant depression or were end of life patients that had tried lots of things that had no relief for their symptoms. And they had 75% response rate or greater in the psilocybin group and an 88% response rate in the MDMA group. So these are percentage rates of response that, we have never seen in the field of psychiatry with the medicines we have available. And so what this is telling us, just from these 3 cases of cannabinoids used medicinally, ketamine, and psilocybin MDMA, is that psychedelic medicines have really shown greater promise, especially in the last 10 or 20 years of research, than any other medicine we have ever had access to in the field of psychiatry. This is really, really important. And what's even more important is that this really is not about people using these medicines recreationally. It's about people using them in the safe context of a physician-patient or clinician-patient alliance in therapy. That's where people get these truly impressive results. Safety in the physician or clinician-patient alliance is absolutely required to make meaningful life changes that stick. And that, period. And that has nothing to do with psychedelics being involved. Once you add a psychedelic medicine that's altering somebody's state of consciousness, it's even more critical that there is a safe container for that person's trauma to surface. And what's really interesting about safety is that a fellow member or board member, I believe, of SBMT, Dr. Eric Candelo, won the Nobel Prize in 2000 for discovering the origins of learning and memory by studying these little guys here who are 300 million years old and only have 12,000 neurons, but they actually form memories around fear and safety the same way we do. So they build their memories by forming new proteins and have changing DNA expression around fearful and safety. Environmental experiences actually shift the way their neurons are talking to each other. And that the more they engage in either threatened behavior, fear-based behavior, or conditioned safety behavior, the more they recondition their neural pathways through association learning. This is really important because this helps us to understand in a lot of respects the way trauma works and the way trauma learning works, is that psychedelic medicines are actually showing that they enhance neuroplastic learning, not just on a neuronal level, but also on an epigenetic level, on the layer that's on top of the DNA. They're actually changing the expression of stress response genes. And we're actually doing a study now where we're evaluating how MDMA used in the context of psychotherapy for PTSD is actually reversing epigenetic changes on cortisol receptor genes that are induced by trauma. And it's actually showing that it does make those changes, which is really fascinating. So we're actually able to track that trauma has caused certain gene expression shifts to cortisol receptor genes, and MDMA is actually reversing them. And this is the first study of its kind. But we see also that previous studies have shown that psilocybin and ketamine are both facilitating learning-based neuroplasticity. So you're going to tell me when I'm almost done, right? On the future, so this is all important because ultimately it's guiding us towards where we have to go as a field. The future of medicine involves unlocking the mechanisms of these tools that are totally paradigm shifting to the way we treat patients with mental health issues. Because these problems are so complex and multifactorial, we have to figure out how to access and tap into neuroplasticity in new ways to facilitate learning. And so it's not just about the psychedelic medicines. Psychedelic medicines are teaching tools. What's really interesting is how do they work? We figure out how they work, then we can figure out how to replicate the benefits of them with technology. We can figure out how to replicate the benefits of them by tapping into this felt safety. And then we can learn about biomarkers and how to predict who's going to respond and who's not. So our first attempt at that was the Apollo technology, which some of you may have tried, which is a wearable that delivers the experience of felt safety to the user. So through the sense of touch. So the idea is that you can feel a sense of touch, and we know that a sense of touch delivers safety signals to the insular cortex of the brain, which then calms amygdala activity. And that is very powerful because that can help you access states of parasympathetic tone that are normally hard to access. And so from our understanding of the way MDMA works, which is, again, through a methamphetamine-like pathway, amplifying safety in the body, amplifying the feelings of safety in the brain, we thought, well, what if we could do that with vibration? What if we could do that with sound waves delivered to the skin? And it turned out that it was possible. And this is work that came out of the University of Pittsburgh and Western Psychiatric Institute Clinic from 2014 to 2018, with more studies currently ongoing. And so what's interesting in particular is that lots of wearable companies have studied biomarkers and biometrics. This is a huge area of interest. Groups like Apple, Google, Whoop, Polar, Fitbit, Oura Ring, many people here wearing Oura Rings and Apple Watches. All of these devices simply track biorhythms and biomarkers in the body, but they don't actually change anything. So what we thought was, well, what if we combine the two? What if we look at how Oura Ring, the most accurate sleep tracker that's currently available to the consumer market, tracks sleep and cardiovascular metrics, and Apollo work together? What if we could see the difference? And what's really interesting is that you can actually see that using Apollo, devices like Apollo that improve parasympathetic tone actually improve sleep, which you would expect that they do, because soothing touch improves parasympathetic tone, and we know parasympathetic tone helps you sleep better. So we evaluated this in over 1,200 subjects over 2 years, and we saw that when you compare somebody after adding Apollo to their lives, that you see a statistically significant improvement in sleep just by adding the device. No understanding of how they use it, just adding the device, their sleep gets statistically significantly better. When you look at people who have using the device 3 hours a day or more, 5 days a week or more, we see 19% average improvement in deep sleep, 14% average improvement in REM sleep, 25 minutes average improvement in sleep each night, up to 35 minutes, 4% reduction in resting heart rate, 11% increases in heart rate variability. These are all putting together the same picture that we see and aim for with an exercise routine or new meditation routines or yoga routines. It's technology that helps restore autonomic tone, improves overall health. This is results from a study we did at the University of Pittsburgh. This is the first double-blind randomized placebo-controlled crossover study in 38 healthy subjects, showing that use of these vibrations, this is before there was a company associated with this, the use of these specific vibrations in this device improve heart rate variability in a statistically significant manner. And that as you boost heart rate variability, there's a directly proportionate increase in cognitive performance up to 25%, and also subjective feelings of reduced stress. Subsequent study that was just published in the European Journal of Applied Physiology shows that adding Apollo vibrations to somebody's body after intense physical activity statistically significantly improves heart rate variability and parasympathetic tone. Another study in PTSD shows that people who have experienced PTSD, this is in a open label trial, showed that people report subjectively feeling less shut down. They're able to focus more effectively. They're able to regulate their emotions more effectively, and they're able to sleep better. This is with 2 weeks of use. 241 people self-purchased the device using it in the real world. Almost all of them report that they feel better. These are people who just self-reported PTSD, not a clinical trial. So what's interesting is that on top of that, we're talking about MAT, medication-assisted therapy, treatment, that Dr. Sunder and Dr. Barron were talking about. This is just another tool. We need more tools because what we're treating is really hard. And a lot of our treatments don't always work, and the medications aren't always available. And this puts the power and the healing opportunity back in the patient's hands. And these tools are actually showing that they work to do this, and they can be used in conjunction with medicine. They can actually augment MAT. They can augment medicine-assisted therapy. And we have a patent now. It's the first technology where that's a wearable of its kind that is actually patented to augment medication-assisted therapy from Suboxone and methadone to chemotherapy to psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy. Thank you.
Question related to the use of device in PTSD. Sure. Were there particular, features in the self-reported folks with PTSD that they use? Was it the sleep promotion one, the energy one?
So in actually all of the clinical trials that we do, what we've seen we track all the usage patterns of all the patients. And there are certain groups of people that like certain modes better. But ultimately, the thing that seems to be common across all patients that works the best is using it a little bit during the day and a little bit at night for circadian rhythm regulation. So even if some people might prefer some of the social or focus modes, some people might prefer some of the calming modes. The people with PTSD tend to prefer the more parasympathetic dominant modes, the meditation mode and the relaxation mode. But ultimately, it's using it a little bit during the day and a little bit at night, which helps them have energy during the day when they want it, feel calm during the day, and then be able to wind down to sleep at night. That helps give them a circadian rhythm boost. And then once they restore their rhythm, it just becomes easier to function in general, and they're less substance reliant. So, sure. Oh, thank you.
Full of lifestyle and exercise
Important.
So the part of the protocol that say the patient talks to you, to reflect approach to recommend exercise lifestyle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is where psychiatry is moving completely, is in this direction. So and Joe Maroon is obviously a big proponent of this. So we always focus on lifestyle and exercise and general lifestyle. Even nutrition actually is coming more into psychiatry. And we always focus on that first and foremost with all of our patients that come in. Before we think about prescribing medicine or adjusting medicines at all, that is the number one thing. So, and it's actually shown in that umbrella study, I think, that we mentioned earlier, the one from UCL, that, and in several other studies, that exercise alone compared to SSRIs is more effective at reducing symptoms of depression. So if you just think about exercise alone, 30 minutes a day of getting moderate levels of heart rate up to exercise, you will be more likely to reduce your symptoms of depression than you will by taking Prozac or Zoloft, and you will have none of the sexual side effects or digestive side effects or anything like that. So, Don? Could you speak up a little bit? For why sleep deprivation might help? That's a great question. So I think, how Apollo helps with sleep deprivation, or why sleep deprivation might be helpful in depression? Both. That's a great, so sleep regulation and sleep rhythms are at the foundation of everything, which includes what we do during the day, right? So if you think about depression's interesting as a disorder because it's like a total rhythm disruption. And a lot of people who have depression, especially unipolar depression, wind up with sleeping during the day because they're so depressed that they are hypo-motivated, they lose motivation, they lose energy during the day, and they wind up having this strange increase in fatigue. And so sleep deprivation for them may be effective because they're preventing themselves from entering into that state of just complete lethargy and apathy during the day, and forces them to kind of do stuff more and stay more active. And being more active in those people is actually really, really important because a lot of them will otherwise just stay in bed literally all day. And so what we've seen with Apollo and other tools is that we set it on a schedule, which then helps give them energy to get up and go in the morning and then they actually get a little bit of sympathetic tone in the morning, and that gets them up and out of bed and motivated to do things. And then it keeps them energized during the day and then winds them down at night. And so by regulating that rhythm more effectively, ideally at the beginning for people who are really struggling, you do it autonomously, like in the background, then the user, the patient starts to be generating a more natural rhythm for themselves. But it's very, very challenging to manage those patients. Unless they have help at home, it's extremely difficult without better tools. We really struggle with that as a field in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Dave, for that excellent talk. Please join me in welcoming our next excellent speaker, who I would call is both a rocket scientist and an innovation expert. He's Chief Innovation Officer of MEMS Precision Technologies. So it's Brian Norling. Please join me in welcoming.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to close out Dr. Rabin's treatise on ketamine, I thought I'd mention that my dog is on ketamine as part of its treatment process, and my dog is very happy, no sign of PTSD, no depression at all, so it's working great. Okay, I'm actually one of the the track co-chairs for the psychedelic committee. And we have been working on a paper on the successes and failures of the opioid crisis and where we are on that. So my talk is somewhat recapping a TED Talk version of what is a very lengthy paper at this point. And so I just want to hit some of the high points. Also, Dr. Sunder, you did a great job in your keynote speech and covered a lot of the things that you'll see in this in greater depth. So that adds value. There we go. Okay, I'd like to talk about three main things. One is the trajectory of the opioid crisis. Where are we? Is it getting better, getting worse? Two is to talk about the initiatives that are in place by our major agencies in the US and those in Europe. And three is to talk about what are the new technologies and such that are coming out, which can provide some hope of improvement. Okay, we already heard this, but it's kind of the perfect storm. We ended up with fentanyl coming into being as a very cheap, inexpensive street drug with high potency at the same time, or near the same time that we had the COVID-19 crisis, which, am I too far away? Okay, the COVID-19, which caused a lot of stress on people. And those two came together to actually make the trajectory of the opioid crisis get far worse in a very short order. Actually, opioid deaths have risen a lot. We saw a huge increase from 21,000 people in the US to almost 50,000 people between 2010 and 2017. And then this was followed by another jump up to about 70,000 in 2020. So we're talking a very major impact, and I'll talk about the economic impact of that in a future slide. We really had actually I missed a slide here, but we had in the 1990s, they started dispensing a lot of opioid-based painkillers, which are very effective but very addictive, especially to some people with certain genetic makeup. As people got addicted, the cost of over-the-counter medications was fairly high, especially on the street, and heroin ended up being cheaper, so heroin started taking over as the drug of choice for those who were addicted to the opioids. And then in 2013, it really shifted because fentanyl became a major part of the opioid crisis. Very potent, 100 times potent and more potent than heroin, easy to smuggle into the country, easy to make. And so that really came in. Let me flip back here. This is an interesting thing. Note that fentanyl was first developed in 1959 and commercialized in the 60s. It's kind of surprising that it went all the way till now without showing up as the dominant street drug in the opioid field. So I'm not sure what where that lag came from, but it was something I was trying to find when I was doing the research for this discussion. But I might point out here that opioid addiction is not a new problem. The first validated prescriptions for opium were 8,000 years ago, and scribed into Sumerian clay tablets. But a few of the key things that happened is in 1806, they isolated the key ingredient in opium and called it morphine, which was far more potent. Then in 1989, heroin was synthesized and pronounced to be, that was great. They billed it as free from abuse liability, as much better than morphine. Okay, this chart just shows that there's been a sizable increase in the use of opioids. And if you projected this out into 2022, it's actually gone up at a steeper slope. And here's the key thing, the death rate due to opioids has gone up, as you can see, almost vertically in the last few years. And that's, primarily because of fentanyl, which is getting mixed in, and its control of this high potency drug is not as good on the street. So it's more likely to cause overdoses. There is a bit of good news in this chart. If you notice, the use of heroin has gone down and the use of prescription opioids has gone down. So at least one part of the equation is improving. And since we're in Indonesia, I looked up what the death rate is here, and it's 50 people a year dying. 50 people a day die in Indonesia. So it's lower percentage-wise per thousand, but it's still a very high number here. A little more on the regional side of this. The United States, #1 per capita use of opioids. You can see that, you know, all of North America is that way. Oceania is pretty high. Near and Middle East, who have a very long history of opioid use, is very high. But the point is, the opioid crisis is worldwide. There's no question. Then I wanted to get into, okay, what are the campaigns that our key government agencies are taking, and how do they fit together, and in part, how do they not fit together and dovetail? The CDC, the main thing there is they want to increase awareness that opioids can be addictive. They want to lower the prescription opioid misuse. So they're providing guidelines for those who provide painkillers. And also they want to increase the number of patients seeking non-opioid pain management options. The other thing they are pushing for is increasing the awareness about recovery and reduce stigma, which we talked about, you know, the wording of addict and other things. Okay, now the Health and Human Services has their own strategy, which is not directly dovetailed into the other. So they want to basically work on just preventing it right up front. And if somebody does get addicted, to provide evidence-based treatment. And they're effectively want to do a harm reduction strategy, which, by the way, the European Union and Eastern Europe, that's the fundamental precept of their strategies as well. And then finally, recovery support, because what you really want to do is set up a lifestyle and a support system that keeps people from relapsing and getting back onto the drugs again. Okay, then our NIH. You know, the role at the NIH is more a development role in general. So their whole idea is to work on research for new pain management techniques that are non-opioid in basis. Do a lot of clinical research on pain management, how that works, and what else can be done besides opioids. And actually funding stuff for novel medical options, enhanced outcomes for affected newborns, new prevention and treatment strategies, which in my analysis of this were rather interesting, but didn't lead to what I would like to see for their strategy. And the other is getting research out of the lab and getting it into practice as a standard thing. So the World Health Organization, you know, they again serve a different role. They're more of a watchdog to look at what is going on in the statistics, to warn people if something new is coming along, to warn the countries. And so they keep track of, you know, fentanyl is just one of the synthetic opioids. There's more coming down the track all the time. So one of their roles is to make sure they warn countries about that. They recommend that naloxone be made available to people that are likely to be around opioid overdoses so they can temporarily cure that problem. And then they recommend a lot of, again, what we call MAPS, which is the use of medicines to help get through the either, we talked about this earlier, but methadone will help get people off the opioids. Buprenorphine will make them not want the opioids as to the same level. And there's others that help in this area too, which were talked about earlier, so I won't go into that. There's a lot of psychosocial treatment and support that the World Health Organization is championing. And I think that's really key to find a safe place for people to, and where they're part of a group and they feel integral with the community and not alienated. And then a lot of other pharmacological treatments such as naltrexone. So I won't dwell too long on this slide, but we already talked about the different methods by which we can treat the addiction process. So one that we didn't talk much about was the Bridge drug-free opioid withdrawal device, which is the first FDA-cleared medical device for management of opioid withdrawal systems. So it's actually an electrically active brain stimulant. We talked about the Apollo device, which I'm wearing at this very moment. Also, we talked about neurofeedback, but neurofeedback from the research I did is most effective when it's psychotherapy assisted, so that you actually have some control that guides the person through the neurofeedback and helps create the kind of brain function that you like. We looked at, what are some of the threat scenarios? What makes people likely to get into drugs? And there's a million different things that can make you at higher risk, stress or alienation or all those kind of things. But often it starts, that pushes them into a preoccupation and involvement in drug use. At that point, they lose control over drugs, especially if they have certain genetic factors which allow them to lose control very easily. And once they lose control, they fail to maintain their sobriety or recovery, and often have disturbing failures in the other parts of their life. And at that point, they have an intense craving for the drug. Dr. Gabor observed addicts, they have trauma and they struggle with, disabling emotional pain, lost control of their personal lives, and a sense of discontent from people and relationships, and allows them to spiral into drug use to a greater level. So summary and conclusions. Anyway, the opioid crisis is worsening at an alarming rate. And this is in large part due to fentanyl and the leftover effects of COVID-19. Death rates have gone up. And again, that's because the higher potency allows for greater potential for an overdose. On the good side, the death rates from heroin and over-the-counter opioids is decreasing significantly. Now, the cost to society is there's a lot of different ways you can tally this cost, but the one that I thought was most that you get your arms around with, they talk about the loss of healthy years of life due to disability or premature death. And if you take that into account, the overdose deaths cost the US $1 trillion annually. And I'm sure across the world that figure is more than doubled. One thing from my looking at all the policies and approaches for combating the opioid crisis, I didn't see a fine intermeshing of what the CDC is doing, what the NIH is doing, Health and Human Services, and WHO. They all seem to, like they're looking at the same elephant, but they don't. They're not, they don't have intertwined ways of moving this creature. So I think that's part of why we're not getting anywhere in the worldwide opioid crisis. So with that, any questions from the audience?
Well, the last two speakers are going to be the most dynamic speakers this evening. So are all our Indonesian colleagues ready to roll? Yes? So let me welcome one of my most dynamic colleagues, who is a co-colleague, co-chair in psychiatry and psychedelics. And she is a professor at California State University. She is an expert in cross-cultural work. So all of you are going to appreciate this a lot. And she has chosen a wonderful topic, which I think is so topical for today and topical for the Indonesian and the upcoming India Brain Initiative. And it is her favorite topic, which really has to do with cross-cultural communication and the, dare I say, the softer aspects of human existence and the existential crisis that we see on a daily basis that crosses those boundaries that we would call as qualitative in nature. But Professor Jafari has done tremendous amount of work in the field and has published numerous books and book chapters in cross-cultural work. She also works with children and adolescents and families with mental illnesses. And I'm delighted to be, collaborating with her in some work that we are doing together in addictions and so forth. Her topic this evening is an unequivocal need for cross-cultural research in understanding, integrating, and administrating psychedelic medicine as a high-efficacy alternative treatment for mental health patients. Please give a big hand to Professor Nicole Jafari.
Good afternoon, everybody. hope you've enjoyed the conference so far. I know I learned a lot, and I really appreciate everyone sharing their knowledge and their life's hard work with all of us who are here and those who are watching via the YouTube channel. That was such a wonderful but highly sort of set the bar for me, Dr. Sander. Now I have to live up to it. And I have to share that I have not slept in 2 days, 48 hours, because jet lag and everything. So I am wearing my Apollo with Dr. Raven set up for me. I'll show it to you. You just look at this. My ankle bracelet. And that is what has kept me standing. Otherwise, I'll just sleep on that couch. So I appreciate that. So such a sort of a mouthful and long title, but I really couldn't make it any shorter because I think the importance, let me fix my pants. So anyways, so that's why I chose this topic, because I think it brings everything that, especially in the afternoon, we talked about cross-cultural research all together. So let's get started. All right. So importance of global research. Why is it important to do that, especially in psychedelic? I'm sorry, do we have a hand microphone or something? I really prefer a hand microphone. So the importance of cross-cultural research, especially for psychedelics, they're on that chair over there, is very important because right now, we really don't have a globally regulated mental health standard. I'll explain that in a second. And also, why psychedelic? Why consider psychedelic for treatment? Thank you very much. Testing, does this work? Can everybody hear me? Excellent. All right. So the traditional treatments for some of the most common disorders, such as anxiety, depression, PTSD, and addiction, the traditional medications not working. The SSRIs are not for everybody, anyways, and because it's on a trial and error basis, patients do not have the patience to continue using it until they get results. So that creates a problem. So why is it urgent to do this? Thank you very much. Why is it urgent to do psychedelic cross-cultural? Because mental health and mental health definition is extremely important. We really still don't know what is the definition of mental health. What is sane and insane? What is sanity and what is non-sanity? And I'll explain that in a minute. Also, statistical and evidence-based data scarcity, meaning we really don't have global standards, global statistics. I'll explain that also in a minute. And also the importance of understanding the biopsychosocial and psychopathology of mental disorder in a cultural sort of setting. And then a lot of my colleagues reference to that. So the other reasons that we need to do, especially psychedelic research, is lack of trust with scientifically developed criteria and also treatment, especially in psychology. Well, let's face it, psychology was developed in Europe over 100 years ago or so. And actually, once it arrived in the United States, it took off. So everything you see today as far as standardization, treatment, mostly comes from the United States. I've done a lot of research cross-culturally, and I know that these two worlds are not really compatible. The United States sort of operates, psychology operates under the DSM, the diagnostic statistical data, and then the rest of the world does not. And we'll get into that in a second. The other reason is the whole concept regarding Western medicine. Annually, 1.5 million people die of diabetes, but no one ever questions, next medication that is promised me everyone wants to use it. However, over 600,000 people die annually of overdose. How close would you see that number to go? Because culturally, no, we don't want to accept overdosing drugs, and usually we try to hide it. So I'm very skeptical of that number. And also, stigma surrounding mental health. Now, in the United States, I teach at a private university, state university. But the private university, my students are receiving their PhDs. And majority of the students from cross-cultural background are pursuing a PhD in psychology because they want to address this a problem of stigmatization of mental disorder in their own culture. And also, the majority of students are given for the individualistic society and not collectivistic, which is mostly cross-cultural. In cross-cultural research, we tend to also look into the role of family, society, community, and also how people handle mental disorder, which is completely different in the United States. So basically, most of the research done in the United States cannot be applied into the non-Western culture in that regard. So now I won't go through all of this, but the question is, why don't we do cross-cultural? Many barriers: language, culture, budget, also the deficiency in trained researchers. My nonprofit organization, we do cross-cultural research, and we train research groups across the globe. By training means that we want everybody to use the same research methodology that was established by the APA in the United States, American Psychological Association. And also that the APA, that's the standard for the language research, the narrative of research methodology, the ethical conduct of research. So it gives us a lot of guidelines that we don't find anywhere else. So it's really important to train researchers in one sort of standard so everybody speaks the same language in that aspect. Also, the unreliable data and the statistical representation. I just mentioned one, 600,000 people dying of overdose annually in the world. I can't believe that. I don't believe that number. I think the number is much higher. Even the DSM-5, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual in the United States that constantly gets updated, does not really offer any statistical value. They're just numbers, are not based on evidence-based, because we are not keeping up the research as much as the mental health itself is sort of progressing. So we come short in that. So here's the Bible for the psychologists, psychiatrists in the United States, called DSM-5. I won't go too much into it. I teach a whole class on DSM. And the fact that DSM is just a coded book and it's good for insurance and and that's all it is good for. Otherwise, it does not give you statistical value. But what is the international equivalent of that? And that is called the International Classification of Diseases. This one, the ICD, is managed by WHO, World Health Organization, and it actually gives you about 130,000 codes, in opposed to the DSM that only gives you about 70,000. So right there, we have a problem of not having a comparable state sort of labels, diagnosis. So far, we haven't really found anything common, and I'll get into more problems with not having cross-cultural research. All right, so I'm just going to give you a rundown of psychedelics. Dr. Raven and Dr. Sander and many of my other colleagues have already touched on this. But why psychedelic and why we need right now an urgency for psychedelic cross-cultural research? A reason is that the United States has been pretty much ahead of all the other countries when it comes to psychedelic. It started in 1943, was doing really well, 1950s, 1960s, and I won't mention, I won't go into the story of why stopped and actually became illegal in the United States. But I'm only going to use one name, Timothy Leary, and all my friends know who that is. But anyway, it stopped. 1970 was illegal, and it was sort of going back in there in some kind of until the year 2000 that we thought SSRIs are not respond, or some people aren't responding, and then it came back up again in 2000, and now, of course, progressively, United States is using psychedelic research, clinical research, and also clinical administration. It is not in the hands of every psychiatrist yet. But what about the global? So look at all of these countries. The ones that I have bolded in black are the ones that are actually doing psychedelic research. Those in yellow are not, and also it's illegal to even use it for any. And then the ones in green are the countries that are progressively using research in psychedelic. And Poland is illegal, Peru. Now, some of the Central American countries, it's amazing. Kinds of psychedelics such as ayahuasca and other plant-based psychedelics have been being used for centuries, and that's another really wonders of psychedelic. And those are the ones that I have highlighted in green. Mexico, Jamaica. Now, Israel, I'm going to tell you something about Israel, is absolutely ahead of the game and progressively doing psychedelics. But the difference is in the United States, Dr. Raymond referenced, we are doing microdosing. However, in Israel, we're using actual dosages of psychedelics. So it's amazing to compare results. All of the other countries, illegal, psychedelics illegal, but eventually all the countries in the world are going to have to come around because other countries I'm discussing progressively are using it. And again, we come across the problem of cross-cultural and the application of these. So anyways, as you can see, most of these, Egypt, Ecuador, the Czech Republic, they're all using it culturally, right? And then the ones that are not. Anyways, moving along, how are we going to resolve this problem with not having cross-cultural research or enough of cross-cultural research? Well, I think Dr. Raymond and also Brian and Dr. Sander referenced this. Part of this is creating organizations that are going to, they themselves are going to create a standard for any kind of cross-cultural research. As I mentioned, the DSM and the international coding systems have to come together and sort of marry into one system that the whole world can use for diagnosing, recognizing, defining, and treatment of any kind of mental disorder. So one way is to create these type of organizations, preferably NGOs, because NGOs are trusted and they're also given funds, and they're more trusted worldwide as well. Also, the regulations, the supervision, also the training, especially with psychedelic research. How much time do I have? Almost a couple of more minutes. Okay, I'm almost done. Thank you. So the other thing is training. If we're going to use psychedelic as a way of treatment, we need to train people who can not only facilitate, but also make observation and also continue the research so that we can understand more about it. The other thing with it, and I'm going to mention right here, we really don't have an international global depot of research or available research. We have ResearchGate, we have Google, universities have their own libraries, academia has it, but none of these, and believe me, I've been in a cross-cultural for over 10 years, 12 years actually. Every time you want to see what's happening across the globe on a given topic, let's say adolescent sexuality, not much out there other than the United States. It makes it extremely hard to see what's being done so we can continue the research. The other problem is a lack of assessment. Assessment for depression, assessment for anxiety, all of those are translated assessments of the American created. And you know what happens when we translate? there's no sort of a measurement for cultural use, and also the assessments get lost in translation. So in conclusion, psychedelics are being developed as medicine, so sooner or later, every country is going to have to look at it and get in on the game. And most countries, unfortunately, right now, it's illegal. Now, let me just move on to sharing with you some of the cross-cultural research we've done with our teams. Again, as I mentioned, we train cross-cultural researchers in APA, which is, I believe, it is sort of the epitome of doing research and the ethical part of it, and the language and the writing part of it. So these are, some of our presentations. I can't get the pictures, so we'll see the pictures. We work with Italy, with Iran, Spain, and some other countries. We present, and many of these individuals you see standing are the ones that have been trained in doing research, and then they do research in their own countries, and the assessments are either translated or new assessments are created that reflect their cultural values and cultural understanding. These are some of them, and I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Back in the 60s, there was a lot of research being done and a lot of hopefulness with LSD as one of the treatment for psychological issues. And that obviously it was made illegal, which put a stop to a lot of the activity.
Science-based, and it was illegal because, again, I didn't go into the story of Timothy Leary and how, as a scientist, he started using it himself, and everything was lost after that. Go ahead, Brian.
But as the mindset opened up to look at all these things in a new light, LSD did not seem to pop into popular use. Do you have an idea? Is that because it has a stigma, or is that because it proved ineffective in the 60s when they looked?
Great question. I am, as part of the subcommittee of the SBMT, newly sort of organized psychedelic. And the one other thing I wanted to mention, and I'll get to your question, Brian. Thank you for that. Along with Dr. Sander, Dr. Raven, and Brian, we are on the subcommittee of psychedelics. So why LSD? People think of LSD as people that take LSD and then they jump off the buildings and they're gonna they think the world differently. So it has a stigma, and also people forget that we're not talking about everybody starting using LSD or psychedelics. We're talking about treatment, and you can get the same kind of dangerous outcome if let's say Adderall right now, number one. Adderall right now is number one addiction medication among young people. Believe me, I university, I know these kids are really used to these others, and so we forget what's happening. This is psychedelic. People think hallucinogen and delusional. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about microdosing under control, which brings me to this point. Not only do we need cross-cultural research on psychedelics, we also need to train people of how to administer psychedelics and make observations. SPMT, along with the psychedelic track, is working on a curriculum for training. Dr. Raven himself does training in ketamine and some others. So I think, in one way, I'd say America has taken the lead in this regard. I think we all need to sort of pay attention to it. But thanks for the question.
Thank you, Dr. Jafari. Thank you for an outstanding discussion on a very important topic. I'd invite most of these attendees to the back to come, front. Our last speaker for this evening, and before that, I'd like to mention that we have a very exciting reception dinner this evening. And so we'll be taking you all at 6:15 after, as soon as Dr. Buck finishes his presentation. This is probably going to be one of the most, how should I say, scintillating is the word, I would say, presentation. Dr. Murphy is a personal favorite of mine, therefore I kept him right in the end. And of course, he's a dynamic, charismatic speaker, but most importantly, he is by training, and for one of the word, maverick is the word, but he's really a pioneer because he is trained, in engineering and physics, and then went on to medical school, residency, and he has contributed enormously, both in the literature and clinical terms, in radiation oncology, and then subsequently through personal experience and others, he has now, richly served the field of psychiatry. So psychiatry is truly blessed to have him come and visit TMS. So Professor Tarhan, you're going to be extremely excited with Dr. Kevin Murphy's work on quantitative EEG and TMS. So please give, I would say, please stand up and give him a standing ovation.
Thanks a ton for being here. The entire FBSP team to help set this event up. So I'm going to kind of run into some of this information for you. And I'm going to cover a lot of slides, and I'll do it fairly quickly and answer any questions you might have. I'm going to talk about repetitive transcranial stimulation and how we're moving toward PRTMS, personalized treatment, and how there's global opportunities for us to think about. A few disclosures. I've worked with lots of companies, the Department of Defense, and a company called Mindset, and also a software company called Peakwatch. And a lot of the work you'll see today is part of a software company that we provide this service internationally. So I hope this video works. This is my son, Jack, who introduced me. This is about 9 years ago. So this is Jack as a 9-year-old, very little eye contact for us. This is about 6 months later. So this was obviously a game changer for me. I was struggling with my son trying to figure out a way to help him with autism. This was his handwriting you saw him originally prior to therapy. This is about 6 months later, you see him speaking. And then 9 months later, he's writing like this. So I was working in the field of oncology and pediatrics and specializing in radiosurgery and high doses to small targets, even small little tags like this. And helping with these masks that were open-based systems that were designed to treat kids. The bolted head frame systems in the of course, are impossible for children. So to open up a world for kids that have breakout radiosurgery is not being used worldwide. What you do in radiosurgery, of course, is you're getting high doses to a small target. And the point is to eliminate dose to your adjacent healthy brain and try and just hit your target. And the machines can do this very elegantly. They rotate around with the machine or patient, and you get this aperture opening that lets X-ray dose through and sort of paints the dose into your target as it changes position for its projection. When you do this, you still get some unwanted dose to your adjacent brain. So here's the target area in full dose. But out here, at about 20% of dose is causing neural injury, but not death. And those neurons are being stunned or knocked to a lower frequency by that radiation. We call it sublethal damage. So here we have this tumor is gone, but the area in red now corresponds to the area in yellow, and this poor kid can't think straight. So again, the neurons aren't killed, but they're knocked down to a slower frequency and they're going to sleep. And then thinking, judging, planning part of the brain. So as a rule, and we've seen enormous amounts of data to support this. Neurons tend to slow as they're traumatized, irrespective of how they're traumatized, whether it's radiation, tumor surgery, chemotherapy, bad sleep. The neurons go down to a slower frequency as a response to trauma. And there is a subset that goes faster, but most go slower. And they do so at irregular intervals. We call it rate arrhythmia. And we're used to the idea of arrhythmia in the heart, where you have a discoordinated contraction, creating lack of real heart function. In the brain, discoordinated frequencies create noise, and that creates phenotypes, problems with our behavior. So at the neuron junction here, we have a synapse that's cleft. A lot of our talks today are talking about chemical gradients amongst these two photons in the cleft, and also the sort of fuel supply, whether it's oxygen, blood, nice blood flow, or oxygen, and let's say glucose, neurotransmitters or receptors. When they do interact across this cleft, they create current. And currents create magnetic fields. And so really we can look at the system in three ways: electrically, magnetically, or other ways I'm going to focus on, and chemical uses. This process of moving neurons to new frequency is called neuromodulation. And can we do this effectively in some of these disorders that we've got today? So these off-the-shelf devices now are popularized throughout the world. Really, they're about $80,000 in the US to buy these. You can place a paddle over the area of interest and pulse down into the brain with a pulse of energy, and you can synchronize brainwave display and move systems throughout the brain. Our goal is to figure out a way to do this with the least amount of energy possible. So, as you see here, the effect of that magnetic field is in a very short region. You do get effects elsewhere in the brain, but we're trying to really be focused on certain areas and get at least down to the CSF, where you get your activation of the system. In standard TMS, this wasn't really the case. They were taking a lot of EEG data and using standardized treatment of 10 hertz to one location called the GLPFC. And the rest of the therapy is really designed, and so far today is designed as a dose tolerance curve. 30 treatments will get it at 6 seconds in length, and a minute was made in between each of those little pulses. That would improve repression of migraine. We were about 10 years ago looking at this way to customize this a bit and personalize the frequency and also the location, intensity of our field. And now we're in this personalized world of doing customized wireless EEG processing and look at the frequencies as brain changes over time. And as soon as the brain throughout the course of treatment, it moves and changes. We have to keep chasing the resonant frequencies. And we started to customize based upon response. So it's different in that it's low amplitude, lower intensity, reduces risk of seizure. You can treat more areas because you're not going to cause a seizure. The motor script now is at our whim. And we have EEGs that give us constant updates on our progress, allows us to fine-tune the system. So when you're using low energy, you rely upon the theory of resonance. You're taking the existing waveform, Y1, you're adding Y2, creating R. So if you're correct, you can get big amplitude shifts like you do with a trampoline. They're just right with flying. You can have a phase in your knees buckle. So you got to be in resonant theory to get the effect you want using low energy, like we're doing. So our process involves taking the EEG, processing that data in the cloud, and then we give a protocol to a doctor or therapist or technician to treat the patient. This process every 5 days repeats itself. The EEG is taken, we look at the waveforms, we design a protocol to tune the waveforms, and then we deliver therapy. These are great devices. I believe these will change the use of EEG in a wireless like this. We've done about 45,000 of these now. They're robust. In 5 minutes, you get data. I think it's the future for sure. When you get EEG raw files, you get sine wave data. You get the delta theta states and the agitated states. But we're going to focus on the in the zone states, the alpha state. When I first started doing this, I had a lot of critics say, why are you looking at the state when nothing's happening? That's the alpha state. The point was, I want to know where the brain goes when it's not doing it. When it's resting at the stoplight, waiting for a command, is it purring or is it revving or is it sputtering? That's a sign of its performance. So the alpha state is where we go in the majority of our lives, but 80% of our life has been in the alpha state of the wave. It's the calm, like reflective state. It's also for athletes, it's the zone for anyone of us here. It's that place you go when you're locked in. It's also the meditative state. So in order to look at this in one view, I wanted to have the entire brain displayed at one time. All that data, all those waveforms, and all those 19 leads, is now being compiled into a radial pattern here. The x-axis is 0 to 20, and the y-axis is location. Between the front of the brain, the middle, and the back of the brain, you see 19 locations and a heart rate of 5. And the peak wave here in this case is 10.7 hertz. So the person predominantly at rest is 10.7. If I were to get 10 hertz standard of care here, I would actually let that destroy this wave because they start to wave hertz. Instead, I want to amplify this signal, tighten this signal, and get these neurons that aren't really sitting up here, push them over, put them back in line with the rest of the neurons. This is all neurons that are asleep. But large in this case, this patient is in line for coherence with a single frequency. This is perfect. So I had a patient come in one day who's a meditator for a living. He teaches meditation and mindfulness. I said, let me see your brain. I did an EEG, and this is right. Perfectly aligned. Every single waveform is nice and tight. There was no noise at either side of the alpha wave. A little bit of noise here, but generally very, very clear. That's a very clear signal, like an orchestra, perfectly tuned. Each part of the brain is in the exact same wavelength. So information flow is very efficient. It's a very efficient system. We all have this alpha state. Not all stuff like this. Most of us don't. This is really hard to find in patients like this. But we're in a range of 9 to 12 hertz at rest. If you see a disturbed state, you can learn about the systems. Here's a concussion case where you now see those waveforms are starting to distribute left. They're slowing down. There's a broadening of the dot is curve. And you have more neurons sleeping over here causing trouble with my thinking, guiding, funny. So that concussion now is causing me to be stumbling around, the motor planning is off, the vision is off. And our goal is to restore this back to more of a synchronized fashion. What we do in behavioral therapy is kind of talk the neurons back, we give this speed to go back. Neurofeedback will encourage these neurons to go back like good behavior, and like rewarded behavior. What we're going to do is cheat and say, when you're back on the field here, what's your frequency? When you go to your perfect spot, what's the number? And I'm going to give it to you and go right there. Look down, you're marching on the field, the band, your legs are moving. I'm making the move. So the team I want to do is to make a move and put it in that position. Over time, you see this gradual return to a more coherent state in this patient. For about 6 weeks, in this case, to get this to resonate. We also take their subjective scores while we're doing this, we're tracking. Are they getting better subjectively? Are the waveforms getting better? And you'll see, of course, symptom scores go down as the waves affect. There's an absolute correlation. So we have a large experience now, almost 10,000 patients. We have nearly almost like I think close to 50,000 EEGs. And across the country, this group rapidly. My goal is to get some funding for this and research this. We now have trials that are DoD funded on chronic pain that's an undisclosed facility, and it's on performance enhancement, really PTSD patients. And this will be coming out, I think, we believe in the first quarter of next year. So Kirti asked me to talk about some of the future of what's happening in this field. And I'm going to cover a little bit of that here. So personalization, I do think is the key going forward, like all personalized medicine. In our view, we like this idea of a repetitive, circular iterative process where you stimulate the brain for 5 days or several days, you look at the brain changes, then you alter your stimulation location, frequency, and amplitude depending on response. It's a response-based therapy. We have an AI system that drive the algorithm and got very, very smart about how it's doing this. And patients like this. They like seeing, in this case of the CGI, that concussion period, that the waveforms are displayed for gone. The alpha wave after 6 weeks starts to reappear. And now in 8 weeks, you see more of a wave period. So it's a nice visual for our patients to see that. Of course, we don't always get them here in that perfect setup, but we get them close. So also, I think real-time feedback systems have to happen to do this effectively. And what we developed was a EEG that was on the patient's head as a head map. and you can stimulate the brain while you watch the brain wave. So simultaneously, I'm going to stimulate and watch the signal. So this is my brain at 10.6 hertz. And as I pulse, you see the net, this is the artifact in the net field, the artifact. This is the artifact in the mood. This is the vector of the vector. So when I put 10.6 hertz into my head, I'm going to watch my brain be 10.6 hertz and build the output in real time. This is real-time Fourier transform. Taking all that data, showing us that the size and shape of this wave increases, more and more neurons are diving in on the field and marching 10.6 hertz. And over time, that wave will start to gradually get bigger before it become more resolute. I think expanding access here is another one of our goals. Right now, this is one of our manufacturing magnates here has a pretty nice global footprint, mostly in Europe. There's a lot of work we can do in the rest of the world. So there's at least a pretty good starting point for these companies. In the United States, of course, there's a lot of actual sites that we have our own software located throughout the country in 20 states. And we can provide this service to a number of academic facilities and so forth. So another problem, some barriers to expanding is going to be cost. Right now in the United States, it's about $300 to $500 to have a consultation with a doctor, and then every treatment costs $200 to $500. The average is about $200, and so $6,000 to $10,000 for the treatment is what it's costing. There are codes with this, there are codes, but only for major depression disorder. But there's some hope that this is an Australian paper showing that take TMS and compare it to lifelong use of an antidepressive agent, that is actually cheaper than this versus being on, let's say, Wellbutrin for life. Mobile delivery is something we talked about. We had this in Palm Springs recently. Put the device into a van. We drove this to patients' homes, and we could treat those that are infirm or can't get to our offices. I planned this for kids with autism, cerebral palsy, that parents couldn't get to us, and we have a way to deliver the care. I think it's a strategy for going forward in rural areas and for its growth in general. It's the Amazon model, I guess. So. And then expanding clinical indications is where I think it's going next. More off-label treatments. Right now, you have major depression disorder, migraine, and OCD is being considered approved. But really, I think this growth is going to occur in other areas. This is our chart of what we saw in our clinic in San Diego this past year. Really, it's across the board in a brain. So, Joe, who's a candidate? We said, well, in a brain, you're a candidate. We can tune your brain regardless. What I like about this is we're trying to take that stigma out that you have a disorder or a name for this. What I try and tell people is give a neuron problem. And you all agree. And the brain works the same whether you're autistic or whether you're having addiction problems. The physical properties of the brain are the same. Like the heart. If the heart's arrhythmia, you fix the heart. You don't change your procedures because the person's autistic or has OCD. You fix the arrhythmia. So we have brain arrhythmia is the problem. We got to tune patients before we can start calling diagnostic variants. I want to show a couple examples of novel cases that they actually put the brain through. You get a very absent, weak wave when you have COVID brain. You've all heard a person saying they have never been COVID, or they can't think, or they're heavy and slow. The brain does look very post-inflammatory. It's a classic post-inflammatory look. If it's 4 weeks, a small little wave here, then by 6 weeks, we're going away again. And of course, the symptoms are going down as we're doing this. Another example of COVID brain. They're walking like this. And again, it took us a while to again, I'm not going to get this enough to meditate, but we can get close. And then I'm going to show you a couple things on addiction. I was sitting at the table with our friends about addiction. This was, I think, important because these are diagnostic. And this was heresy when I said this 10 years ago in lectures. These are not diagnostics except for stroke and for seizure or brain death. I said, but if you have enough of them, they're diagnostic for other purposes. Each one of these lines corresponds to a certain body or certain brain function. Defense command, impulse control, prefrontal anxiety. That combination is ADHD. I can take the Vanderbilt score and predict for you what their scores would be based on that waveform level. This person also has poor judgment and lack of joy. So this is why judgment and joy areas are not active. So it's hard to have judgment when the areas that do that are asleep. And then finally, this is motor planning is common with fidgetiness. So we have anxiety in the motor planning area, coupled with lack of joy, or judgment, prefrontal anxiety, and impulse control, and attention difficulty. This is what I see in my addiction kids. We had a center in Texas that just did addiction, and this pattern kept repeating itself. All these kids had ADHD. Most had prefrontal anxiety. They were fidgety. They had that judgment, and they were happy. This emotional destruction, this kid's flat affect, as he walks into. So then we start seeing certain indicators of drug use in our product, of poor brand developing, and someone who's actively taking narcotics. The entire system from the back is to slow down the forwarders. And here again, this is another narcotic causing poor band where it's lost the alcohol. Generalized anxiety is the patient I saw this past week. So this is a generalized anxiety picture of loss of energy. See it start to calm down in the second week, third week, this is the third week. For hand rate dropped 19 to 2 for anxiety test in 3 weeks, just by taking that anxiety out. It's slowing these neurons down. All this excess of beta is brought out of the equation and taken down to a lower frequency. This is a typical PTSD pattern. They have low delta, heavy blue box, and they have anxiety-based data, and the marking band below. So you have a very disruptive problem with depression and anxiety type symptoms. Hypoactive state, hyperactive state, bands marching in all different directions. This is a noisy system. That's a very clean system. It's an inefficient system. It's a very efficient system. This person will behave better, can handle perturbations, can handle like an all-nighter or a small trauma more than this one can. This isn't out of balance. In a small trauma, there's going to cause bigger trouble. If I want to mitigate this, I have to stimulate this patient, and I've got to suppress them. So you'll see the patients come on with their Adderall and their Vyvanse. They're also taking Seroquel and Trazodone. Because you got both members, you got bands and members on both sides of the field here, marching on both sides. So you got to do both. We want to find a nice number in here where they go in their column and pull some air. And simultaneously pull these neurons over and pull the fast neurons down. And finally, I wanted to switch where I think the real next gen thing is miniaturization. I work with the Qualcomm Institute to build a micro device that's only 5 pounds that can replace the big 200-pound machine. I think this will be the future where you wear a helmet that has both your ability to take an EEG and treat your brain at the same time. That's what we're working on. And I apologize if it went too long, but yes. Yeah.
So,
Yes.
that's better result than the current feedback of CBT.
I haven't seen a comparison for me in that way. But if I turn these two leads on electrically, their ADHD drops dramatically. Their bandwidth will drop by 20 points, 30 points. You can't pay attention if your attention span is a while. So this kid is self-medicating. This is a medication problem because it's not working. And they're kind of saying, look, Dad, I really can't pay attention. I really can't sit there still. I can't focus. And I'm not happy. And I can't, this is also reading comprehension. I can't do reading. So the system's not working and they're going to try and medicate this. I would too. So when I show to my patients, I say, it's not your fault. Your brain's telling you how you're going to behave. You're not telling your brain how it behaves. Your brain's telling you how to. If the air that does a certain function is really fast, it's going to overproduce that function. For example, if your impulse control area is really hot, you're impulsive. If it's really slow, you can't make a decision. In this case, this is about a procrastinate. Can't make a decision. Can't pull the trigger on its right frontal cortex. Right. So. Thanks.
I'm familiar with our brain screening policy. I think the future of the will be in the brain screening, like prostate and breast cancer screening technical question I have for you is that for your device, do you think you increase the number of channels, it will give you a better spatial resolution or not?
So we looked at this. It really doesn't change the therapy for stimulation of treatment. We did this just to get the frequencies and locations to treat. And I tried a 60 EEG. It didn't change my dose, my location outcome, because you're seeing minor granularity, but the magnetic field that you treat is about 60 centimeters a bit. And so really, once you get beyond that, well, it wasn't necessary. But your other point is about this being a vital sign. This is a vital sign, period. You're looking at your heart, you look at your tap your belly, you're looking at your brain pattern. This is a simple mathematical view of the brain. It's math. It's an x-axis, power spectrum, Fourier transform, Welsh method, Fourier transform, power spectrum. Showing you how much very key. Yes, so this is about a 5-minute exam, and it's wireless, it's gelless, it takes, they can close their eyes, we get an EEG in 4 minutes, and we can immediately produce this and say, here's your brain right now. And I think one last thing I want to make sure I mention is the stigma of this with patients. It reduces this idea of the stigma. You start looking at the neurons and saying, this is a brain issue. This is a physical brain issue. You've got an arrhythmia of your brain. And so it takes some of the burden off. It just takes them, they see that, they don't feel so self-loathing. Right.
The same, the same axis with all these folks were different diagnostic categories. Aiming for alpha or gamma.
So we always are looking at the alpha state. So, but the alpha state ranges from like 9, let's say, to 12. And we're all different in this room. And we're all like cars at the stoplight, different RPMs, idling. It's the idle state you go to at rest. I would say that there's never value without rules. So what I tell patients is, you could all be tuned up. All of us in this room could be tuned up, especially all this jet lag right now. I'm ready to look more like this and like that. There's no value in having neurons going 3, 4, 5 hertz in your wave. That's just a sleep wave. And in an area of that local, like perform, it can't perform. You want to have neurons like that, like we're all sitting here waiting for a command. We're not too fast or too slow, we're just right. We're purring like a kitten. That's what we want over here on the right. And if you got that way by practicing mindfulness over years and years, we all can't do that, but we can probably come in and cheat and say, well, let's just put myself there. When I go to my best place, what's my frequency? 10.5 hertz? Here's more 10.5 hertz. So they just sit down and say, try more of that.
So how long does that 10.5 hertz actually last after you reset the brain?
Think about the entropy equation, like the stability equation. This is going toward a place of more stability. Less glucose utilization, PET scan becomes dark. Cardiac output goes down. The meditative state. It's a preferred state. This is out of order state. This is more. And this is an unbearable energetic. So energetically variable states tend to stick there unless you really perturb them back out of that state. So as a rule, you finally see people like that will stay there. Over time, we all age. All of our neurons keep flowing like this. Every day we're fighting it. They're just going slower and slower on this. We call it natural aging. We accept it. But we're saying, no, get back on another field and march in place. Can I make you march? And if they do, you gain behavior. You do two things. You take the noise out and you gain the weight. You get both.
Thinking like a physicist, you want to reduce the size of those coils. If you're working in the 10 hertz range, you can tolerate the use of a magnetic circuit to focus your magnetic strength and dramatically cut down the power and the size of the device, and it would increase your reluctance quite a bit, but you could make a lot of progress.
Yeah, these panels we have now are way overkill. We can make little individuals this big that do the exact same depth of penetration we need for treatment. Because really all you need to do is get down to the CSF. Once you hit the CSF, it's like lightning hitting the lake. If you have a drop in the movement. So once you're in that area, that thing is up to 11 into CSF. all the deep structured, deep penetrated fields, all they do is create a bigger bead field on the surface to get more cortex for all the neurons and cell lines. The gray matter is constructed. The white matter tracks really are what I don't believe are the target. There are those that really like to go down deep structures, but they're really doing those big surface effect by going to depth. But then feel they're one for R squared as they penetrate. So this is the attempt to do said make a smaller device that's it's about 5 pounds, lithium ion power to go into a helmet. And this was for the DoD. I spoke at NASA about this going up on the shuttle. I said, we can't shoot that thing up with the shuttle. It's 180 pounds. What about something smaller? And I went back and been working on this. And this prototype actually functions in months. But these, but yeah.
I said this was going to be the absolute best talk of the day. Oh, no, well, guys, oh, you know what? 2 best talks of the day. We're going to have Dr. Murphy again as we go upstairs for the reception. You know, and so lots of questions, but let's hold that for the reception. So please join us. We're just going to head upstairs, otherwise we'll all get lost. So Jyotsna, Nima, and I will guide you all upstairs for reception. Please start moving and yeah. Thank you, and Professor Asra and colleagues, we're going to see you again tomorrow morning, of course, but we're seeing you upstairs. Thank you again.